Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. YouTube is already glitchy today. I don't know why it won't stop. Okay, there we go. Good morning. Except it won't. Can't get the volume to go off on my phone. All right, weird. How's everybody today? Day three of the Jen McCabe show. This will be fun, huh? All right, so we're on day 8 of the Karen Retrial. Today is Friday, May 2nd, 2025, and it's only day 8 out of how many days? We don't know. There's 150 witnesses on the witness list. Are they going to call them all? I don't know. But we're going to be here for a long time. I mean, I don't think this is going to be over until, at this point, July. Maybe July. I've got Boston 10 ups. They're not ready to go yet. So I thought I'd show you something interesting that I've been talking about for a long time, screaming into a closet. There's a woman on Twitter. She's a retired judge from Massachusetts. One second. And what's interesting about her is that she's been on the show of, that other person whose name we don't allow mentioned on this channel, the ex-FBI agent who's a talking head on many, many news shows. And her name is Carol Erskine. And I thought this was an interesting tweet. I had this bookmarked from a bunch. April 30th was this tweet. It's still going on. So I thought this was interesting. Thought I would share it with you. She is speaking out about the judge. Nobody else is really speaking out about the judge, especially any other retired judges. And here's what she says. Her name is Carol. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Carol Erskine or Erskine. Why is no one talking about the judicial errors in this trial? Judges don't get to ask witnesses questions like, was it a lie? Did you lie? Judges are not supposed to say, I'll allow it, or I'll let him have it when there is an objection. It's called sustained and overruled. From what I can see, there's only one other murder trial Judge KNOWLES presided over here in Massachusetts, and that case was a deadlocked jury in the first trial. Some of her mistakes are common in new judges, but not judges who have been around for many years. As a former judge, I am shocked by these errors, some of which can be appealed if there's a conviction. That's coming from another judge in Massachusetts who was on the bench for about 20 years. She is now retired. And I felt like I was being gaslit by all of these things going on in the courtroom with Judge KNOWLES. But now I feel a little bit more validated by this former judge, a retired judge, Carol Erskine. So there's that. If you choose to wade on the cesspool of Twitter, follow her on Twitter for her insights about this trial. I know who Carl Steinbeck is. I'm fully aware of who Carl Steinbeck is. I love when you guys send me videos and you're like, check out this video from a year ago. I'm like, I've been here. We've been over it. We've done it. We've done it all. What did Jen McCabe give us so far? Well, I made a list because I didn't want to put out the list too soon because I expect that today's going to be the last day that she's on the stand. And so now if I could find my list, we'd be halfway there. Okay. She's given us a lot of goods so far. First of all, she told us that Kerry Roberts called her the day before she was testifying. I'm assuming she had to admit that because she knew or has reason to believe that she's still being tracked. She's still being watched by the FBI and maybe others. Then there was this weird thing she talked about a Zoom call with the court that happened the night before her testimony. I don't know what that's about. I have no ideas, but no idea. But both attorneys shut it down quickly. We also got out of her that it was a 10-minute drive from Meadows to Fairview. And that's huge because the Commonwealth has twisted its entire timeline since the last trial. The last trial, Adam Lally opened. In his opening, he said the collision, the motor vehicle accident happened at 12:45. Throughout the course of the first trial, that timeline morphed. And I don't remember where he landed on that. But we know now that Karen Reed's Wi-Fi connected to One Meadows at 12:36. And if it's a 10-minute ride, as Jen McCabe just said, from Fairview to Meadows, she would have to have left no later than 12:26. Right? And now the Commonwealth's theory is that she struck and killed John and left him to die at the snow at 12:31. Impossible. It's impossible. We also learned, and we already knew this, but he got it out of her again on the stand, that there was a family meeting that a whole bunch of people were over 34 Fairview. And they were all allowed to chit chat and corroborate their stories for a while before many of them were interviewed by law enforcement. Another weird thing was she was asked about what she talked about with Tully and Buchanan. And she said, oh, nothing much. We just talked about our kids. And so all of a sudden, is she now dear friends with Tully and Buchanan to the extent that they talk about their kids with each other? That was interesting. She likened the FBI coming to her house like the ice cream truck, kind of like when you're a kid and the ice cream truck comes around. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people would think that the FBI knocking on your door was akin to the Good Humor Man, but that was odd. We also know that she lied to the FBI, that when the FBI came to question her and they actually ambushed her at her car and they said, are you Jennifer McCabe? And she said, no, I'm Nicole. I mean, I guess she pretended to be her sister, which was weird because then she went into her own house. And you can be pretty sure that the FBI knew who she was. They had a picture of her, I'm quite sure. She told them, they asked her, she said she needed 10 minutes because she hadn't brushed her teeth. Remember when Karen Reed was arrested in June of 2022 after they upgraded her charges to murder? And there's some body cam footage because all of us, it's not body cam footage. It's Karen's ring camera footage from her backyard because they came to her back door to arrest her, Proctor and Buchanan. And they cuffed her and she said, I don't even have underwear on. Can I go in and put underwear on? They're like, no. And then Proctor says something like, see what a whack job she is. She's so crazy. All she cares about is how she looks on TV. But Jennifer McCabe can go brush her teeth for 10 minutes. When the FBI came in after the 10 minutes that she asked for, they said, have you talked to anybody during these 10 minutes? And she admitted to only calling her husband, Matt, and Kerry Roberts, which is odd. Why are you calling Kerry? And then it was brought out during the cross-examination that indeed she did call 3 other people. She called the DA's office. She claimed it was to get a hold of her witness advocate, Steve Nelson, who's a big player in this because he may or may not have told both Bryans that it was okay for them to destroy their cell phones, which they did prior to the preservation order being issued. Not only did she call the DA's office during that time, but she also called Peggy O'Keefe and Brian Albert, her brother-in-law, who's a 30-year veteran of Boston PD. Those mistakes wherein she forgot to tell the FBI agents that she had called 3 other people were not rectified after she terminated the interview until she spoke to her husband after, and he's like, babe, you lied to the FBI. You better call them right back." Or maybe she spoke to someone else like Brian Albert, who's like, "What are you, an idiot? Have I taught you nothing? You lied to the FBI. You better call back and straighten that out." So that was interesting. So one of the first things right out of the gate that the jury knows about her is that she's not afraid to lie to the FBI. Why would she be afraid to lie to you, 18 people in the box? We also found out she asked Julie Nagel for that screenshot of text messages between Julie and Ryan about what time Ryan got there for her timeline, but she never gave that screenshot to Proctor. One of the highlights was when AJ asked her if she'd like to see her transcript, and she said, I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I remember what I remember." Something I also found very interesting is when she testified that when she last time, first trial, she burst into Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's bedroom in the dark, 6:40 or something in the AM. She testified Chloe was not there. She doesn't remember Chloe being there. She doesn't remember the dog at all. No barking. I heard Ed Wallace say yesterday on Duty Run and Ed Wallace's show that you bust into my door um, and wake me out of a dead ass sleep in my bedroom, and you may not make it out of there alive or something such as like that. Again, I'm summarizing. As Kathy of Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo likes to say, Jen McCabe failed shut up classes. She failed them. When she burst into their room, she says that she told them, and she was quickly cut off by Hank Brennan, "We found John." Well, according to her, Nicole never answered the phone that morning when she called her twice, even though those calls were like 8 seconds and 9 seconds. Nicole and Brian didn't know that John was missing. So how does "we found John" make any sense? The word choice is odd to me, unless they already knew that he was missing. She also was very apologetic yesterday on the stand, and I think she was coached to do that. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry that I can't remember.
It's now open. You may
I
proceed.
apologize.
Please.
For the record, before the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Yannetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to the
Miss
sidebar, folks.
Eddie. Today it's Miss T, MISSTEA, because the T is going to come right now. Of course, they have to always.
Okay, come on
Miss
up to
T
sidebar,
and Eddie,
folks.
EDDY. All right. You'll see a lot of people in the chat with the name Misty and Eddie, MISTY and Eddie. All of the variations of Misty and Eddie that the closed captions have called him throughout the trial. I just call him King David. So her demeanor has been very different. She's clearly had some media training, some kind of coaching. She claims she hasn't. She's softened her look. She's playing the soccer mom. And so if the jury doesn't know what she was like before, are they buying it? I don't know. I haven't heard much about the jury reactions in this case from reporters who have been inside the courtroom, other than there's one juror who doesn't seem to be taking any notes at all. Some of them, or one at least, was smirking during her testimony. I read that. But the apologies are interesting. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize. She mentioned help a lot of times during her testimony yesterday. Help was one of the themes throughout her testimony, as was support and trauma. She was there to help Karen. They talked about the timeline, and then they talked about her grand jury testimony being 227 pages, which is just wild to me. 227 pages. She got on the stand her first day. I think she took the stand at 227. And also, we know the infamous Google search was at 5:27 a.m. The other thing I found really interesting yesterday was when, and I can't recall who, if it was on direct or cross, she was shown a picture of 34 Fairview, and one of the attorneys pointed out the garage door, which I've been saying is a thing. In addition to the front door, which is in the center of the house, on the side, there's a little breezeway and there's a side door that goes in directly into the house. And then to the right of that is a door that goes directly into the garage. And she almost seemed surprised about that garage door. Do you see a garage door there? Oh, yes. Why, yes, I do. What do we also know? We know that she's known Brian Albert, her sister's husband, her brother-in-law, since kindergarten, and that the Albert family lived in that home for 50 years. Do you mean to tell me that's the first time she ever noticed that there was a garage door there? I found that to be sus. Then the way she imitated the play fighting in the bar. I didn't really see it. It was blurry. I didn't really see it. And it was kind of like this and like this and like this. And then she said for the first time ever, I think that Nicole Albert was involved in that play fighting. And then she said, oh, and I think Karen was even play fighting with Matt at one point. I don't think we've heard that before. We also learned that she has had no contact with Brian Higgins since John O'Keefe's wake, which I found to be interesting. And another thing that was interesting, and how she likes to talk about harassment and all of that stuff. And she'll get it in. She'll weasel it in there at some point, I'm quite sure. But she couldn't say that when the feds ambushed her at her car, that she thought it was people just trying to harass her, because Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, had not even dropped his first article yet on this case at the time. So some of the Twidiots out there are trying to, give her some slack. She must have thought it was somebody just trying to harass her. No, Aiden hadn't even written his first story. And the narrative that was out there in April 2023 is that, there was video footage of Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with her car, and pretty much case closed. Right? So those are my thoughts that I had last night as I was rewatching the testimony. And it was nice to have a day off yesterday. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Jenny Liz became a member. Welcome. Joanna says, let's do this thing, Mel. Yeah, let's do it. I think, hi, Emily Hard. Thanks for your 5. I think the final countdown is on the list. I'll take your 5, but I would suggest that you go down and click on the list and go through it, just to make sure that it's not already on there. But, hey, all contributions are welcome. There's over 9 hours of music on that playlist. It's in the show notes below this video. It's a Spotify playlist. You may need to close out your chat if you're on your phone to get to the show notes, but it's in there. Hi, Trisha. The memberships are also in the show notes below this video. There's a link. Thank you very much for asking. Anyone else have trial withdrawal yesterday, says Julie. I actually enjoyed the day off. It was kind of good to get a day to decompress between the last cross and the next. Becky is here. She gifted a membership. Thanks, Becky. Good morning to Urine Buchanan, who's been here for 5 months. Joanna Goddess gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Ice Cream Chuck, says Julie Aussie. Tuning in. The world is watching all the way from Australia. On top, thank you. This has to stop. Thank you. And look at Urine Buchanan gifted a membership, as did Jenny 3 times. Oh, I like what you did with your name there, Jenny 3 times. That was my thumbnail title for yesterday. Because I always say, give me the papers. Let's go over the papers. And that's from Jimmy 2 times in Goodfellas. It was Goodfellas, right? Or The Godfather? Was it Goodfellas or The Godfather now? I think it was Goodfellas.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Oh, is there more scheduling? Do you need more days off? Do we need more wind down Wednesdays and Taco Tuesdays and get to the Cape early Fridays and come in from the Cape late Mondays? She told the jury when that they were picking that this case was going to go full days from 9 to 4 every day, and you're going to be here for 6 to 8 weeks. Are you cool with that? And now it's like they're getting all of these down days. I think yesterday was a holiday. I think it was Law Day, so there was no court. Team Wicked Smart says Jen got sent off to finishing school, but AJ is going to finish her today. Hope he then recalls her after all the other witnesses prove her to be a liar. I don't know. I've heard there's a lot of people who think that he was going too hard on her. And that his impeachment wasn't effective. I don't feel that way. I guess because I know what I know about this case and what I know.
Good. Did you see this?
In general,
And then I'll take it back whenever.
Becky says, good afternoon. Hope you got to recharge your batteries. Thank you so much for your compliments. TGIF says Ginger Freckles. Jen McCabe, pants on fire. Lily the Good Dog says, all that work on the timeline so they can remember everything, yet remember nothing on the stand yet. I know. And you don't think they studied the timeline and she didn't study all of her testimony before the trial? Of course she did. And if Brennan didn't prep her, that's malpractice on his part. She is arguably his most important witness. He should have ran through the questions that he was going to ask her. He should have done all kinds of prep with her. That's not improper. It's expected. He's not supposed to tell her what he's going to say or how to answer. He can't tell her how to answer other than to say, you shouldn't have to say, tell the truth, because, that's obvious. You're under oath, but he's allowed to prep her. So if he didn't prep her, that's on him. Karen Duffy, what degree of mega white is on her teeth? Okay, we're not going to disparage her looks today, but I have no idea. White strips? I don't know. Thank you, Karen Duffy. Appreciate your super chat. Fire and acid. Mrs. McCabe, why didn't you tell Karen you saw her at 34 Fairview? We tried to call John 100 times. Yeah. Dee says Zoom call about being in the same courthouse and protocol and separating them is my guess. I don't know. I don't know about that. She was trying to open the door to Turtle Boy. Maybe that could be Dee, but I don't know. Thank you, Joanna, for gifting another membership. Kathleen, I still don't understand why son Colin can't be mentioned or put back on the stand. He's the most likely suspect. Well, he's on the witness list. They just can't point to him as a third-party culprit.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel.
Shout out to Margaret. I guess Jim is out sick again today, but we like Margaret, the court clerk. She was in the Turk trial.
Oh, good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
My volume is modulated still from yesterday. I didn't change it back, so it should be good. If I'm blowing your ears out, let me know. Thank you, MMG. Safe travels. Going to Boston from Detroit.
Whatever you want.
MMG, Slowfo Kiki. Thank you.
I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
you indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you in fact did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote,
She
and
testified.
by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so.
The crucifix is back and she's trying to walk it back because she knows her prior testimony screws up the Commonwealth's new timeline. She's successful. The crucifix is back.
Actually, 1 through 3.
It was clear in her
It's
testimony.
782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan?
Karen was already at John's.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention.
Anytime someone says to be honest, they're about to lie to you. Now she doesn't remember the time. She didn't pay close attention. You testified to this under oath at the last trial. She's making herself look worse.
To when I was texting and when I was sitting, I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
I don't think so.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Did you read it last night?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
June of 2023.
Thank you.
Would that have been the federal grand jury? If they came to her in April 2023, that could have been the federal grand jury. But she also testified that way at the last trial. And her testimony would have been, was it in May or June of 2024? I'm not sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Mr. Cabe, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Again, can you answer that?
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
That happened yesterday.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
He's an oral surgeon because this is like pulling teeth.
You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I
You have
met
a
with
report.
many, many police officers.
Sure.
The dry mouth, the tongue coming out. Every trooper wrote everything down wrong. For those of you who are new to this case, none.
Your recollection to take a look at her report.
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes,
Of
thank
course
you.
you would.
Yes.
None of the law enforcement officers in this case recorded any statements,
Thank you.
whether by audio or video, with any of the witnesses or Karen Reed. Nothing
McCabe, you
was
can-
recorded.
Familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Karen, I don't know anything about the car repairman wanting more money. I don't know. I don't know if it's been shown that that 911 call was sped up, but I'm sure the defense attorneys are on it if in fact it was. Thank you, Proctor's dishonorable discharge. No intel about what happened in the courtroom.
May I approach?
Seriously, Bev.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I
Did-
called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Who did you call after the initial call on Kaylee's phone? He'd like to be heard. Brennan would like to be heard. All right, we get to FF it to real time. You don't know the hoops that the defense had to jump through to even get a portion of Jen McCabe's records for her cell phone. Well, went all the way up to the appellate court, which is SJC. Went all the way up to the appellate court because the judge said no, and the appellate court reversed it on very narrow grounds, gave them a small window for the Google search. And I think many of her phone extraction records, well, she gave up her phone willingly. So the phone extraction records were obtained early I don't know how early on in the case, but Garino has walked it back like 5 times that he's not the one who extracted the phone. So he's trying to deny it, and I don't know why. Lakila. It's really weird that Jen keeps smiling at the jury and saying, I'm sorry, or I apologize. Do you think they realize it's all a performance? I don't know. If they don't know her baseline or her barometer, and they didn't watch the last trial, they don't know. Thank you, Goodmans, for gifting a membership. Thank you, Miss Jules from Florida, for gifting 5. I appreciate you so much. And Elf also gifted a membership. Welcome to all the new members. Check out the new emojis that you can use, which should now appear on your keyboard when you go to chat. Yeah, that was another odd thing. Buys Bev's fugly curtains. That curtain is so ugly. Reminds me of a drape in between ER beds in the hospital. And she didn't want to startle the McAlberts like something bad had happened, right? And AJ said, yeah, something bad did happen. That was weird. Killer Queen by Queen on the playlist? I don't think so. Thank you, Under Bev's Eye, because this is very Handmaid's Tale-esque. Theme song, David Leach says, add to the playlist the theme song from the TV show 227. Is there a show called 227? I remember a show called Room 222, but I don't remember a show called 227. But I'll check for it. Thank you. Maybe I'm too young. Thank you, Karen Duffy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object. That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
This is so
I didn't ask you
painful.
what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
She just looked at him.
Answer that question.
Some people said to me she's not really looking at him for the objection. She
So
sees him standing up to object, and that's what's turning her eyes towards Hank Brennan. I can't see if he's standing up to object, so I don't know if he objects while he's sitting or standing, or if he's looking to him for an objection. I don't know. This is painful.
I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened.
Okay, again with the judge.
Go ahead and answer that question. Answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I
Testimony.
can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was
He's asking you for what your testimony was. And the judge again gets the saved by Bev again.
I'm sure very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Rich?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan when page read.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection, look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Thank you, Vet Girl. RWB, for coming in with a hot 50 on a super chat. I appreciate you so, and thank you for your service. Says, thank you for coming. This could happen to anyone in this chat. It is scary. Yeah, it could happen to any one of us. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. The injuries to his body do not support that, and neither does any of the evidence. It's all right, Kelly. What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive.
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
She looked directly at the jury during that entire practiced monologue.
Yeah.
Are you done? He said.
Finished? That answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Kerry Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty.
That's right.
Correct.
If you couldn't hear him, he said you didn't have to
And that's
refresh your
exactly what you
recollection
told
on
Trooper
anything.
Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
Oh,
If it's in my phone record,
Did
then
we
I
know
must
that?
have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do.
okay. We know she called at 6:07, but did we know that she called at 5:07, which would have been right after she heard from Karen? 6:07 was after she called 911. Twice she called her sister from the car or near the car, and then she called Brian. But 507, is that new information? Are the feds turning over more information to both sides? This is interesting.
You acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty.
The
Calling to
waterfall?
my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury.
How about you look at your call log in your phone and it's really easy to remember, right? Unless you deleted it.
Not hours or days later. You
Mhm.
testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered
Nefarious.
who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't
Isn't
say
it interesting how she pronounces nefarious the same way that Hank Brennan does? Isn't that interesting? Huh.
nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
He knows. He's picked. I think we have like ESPN going on between us. Listen to this.
Who I called. I didn't go back and look at nothing. There's
That you contacted your sister, correct?
nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
She's feeling
Did you use
attacked.
that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did
He said, "Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?"
you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Just a little call.
Later that morning on January
507?
29th,
No reason.
after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did. Yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do. Yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report. No.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he had.
She's been totally coached.
You told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object. The objection is sustained and I'm going to strike that.
That's what the report says. Proctor's report says in his interview with Jen McCabe, she told him that she told Karen to come to her house. But now they've
You
conveniently
also
thrown
told-
Proctor under the bus.
Okay.
You should be seen on it because the police report, the witness statement is not evidence. This is the only way to get it in through her testimony and through Proctor's testimony. And Proctor's already a liar, but you know what? Proctor may come on their case in chief, the defense is, because if the Commonwealth doesn't call him, the defense is going to have to. And is he going to be able to now throw all of these people under the bus and say, yeah, that's exactly what she told me. Thank you, Ms. Jules from Florida, for your awesome $50 super chat. And I'm
May I?
so happy you like the
Thank
sweatshirt.
you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know that? It's giving her an out.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor,
By the judge saying, do you know that? I mean, I don't know why. I'm sure that they have tried to talk to her about her behavior, the judge's behavior at sidebar a million times. I don't know if they need to do something in writing. Like, this is getting to be so prejudicial to the defense and the defendant that she is allowing the witness to determine a legal objection, giving them an out, allowing Brennan to repeatedly ask leading questions. And then when she sustains those objections, the next time he answers the question, the witness knows the answer because it was in his original objectionable question. And he's been around the block. He's an experienced trial lawyer. He should not be making those mistakes by leading his own witnesses. This is outrageous. You should be outraged. And she's got no problem lying to the FBI. So jurors, she's got no problem lying to you. And now she's got to make up a whole bunch of stories because Proctor is now the fall guy for them. Was it worth it, Mikey? Was it worth it, giving up everything for these people?
Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mhm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
No, you said
Isn't
it
it
was
true that
cracked.
what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
The story has
You've taken
morphed.
notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So
All of a
ask it
sudden there's
differently,
notes?
that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked in missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked in missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day.
Yes, we can.
Would it refresh your
We will.
recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
She's added the missing pieces.
As you
since
sit
the
here
first
today,
trial, yeah.
are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
She can remember this, but not what she told the grand jury. Where did Proctor's notes come from? I thought they said they had no notes. Did he
In the
flip?
days following
Do you have
January
notes
29th,
somewhere
in the
hidden?
events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications
Yeah,
with either the
group
press or the
text.
public or
Yeah, get in.
law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Where was Proctor hiding his notes? In the same drawer with all the unturned over Sally Port video that they did not exchange? The judge is even blaming on Proctor? Must be exhausting to
I have
try and
two
remember
page
your
document
lies.
that
Look
I'd
at how
like
she
to have
just looks at
marked.
Brennan again. Side eye. Look at the side eye. There it is.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked. Asked to approach.
This woman has told so many stories to so
Thank
many
you.
grand juries, state and federal,
I failed to show you.
to so many troopers who interviewed her right around the date of John's murder. Her testimony in the first
you.
trial that she can't keep it straight. The truth doesn't change. It becomes hard to keep track of your lies.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, are these new?
Yes.
Good morning, Stacy Face Travels. I love Bermuda. Bees and flowers, so slow and steady wins the race. I agree. Don't be too mean to her, because the jury thinks she's a super sweet soccer mom. They don't know the lore yet.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
Do you have an extra copy so she has one?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself.
Thank you, Mojo's Mojo, for
Thank you.
gifting 5 new members. Welcome. I think you're going to like in here.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure.
I don't remember these texts, and I don't know if Jen McCabe was prepped on them, and
Why
she
don't I
looks
see you at sidebar
nervous.
for a minute?
Oh, and again, she's got to see them at sidebar. Do you know she always calls a sidebar when Alan's about to expose something damning that perhaps maybe new information that this witness was not prepped on? But under the rules of the state of Massachusetts, you're required to turn over your smoking gun evidence or your impeachment evidence to the other side. So this is all stuff that Hank Brennan has been in possession of. We know he wasn't there for the first trial, but he certainly had plenty of places to watch it on YouTube should he have wanted to do his homework to catch up on what happened during the first persecution, because many of us were there. Those of you who are watching this case and this trial for the first time, put a 1 in the chat. I'd love to know that you're here for the first time, that you didn't watch the first trial, and where you're watching from and how you found out about it. Sabina says, if I were a juror, I would give her a pass for the first 2 days. But at this point, I'd be like, come on, lady, this is too much. I don't recall. Yeah, this space is getting hot. Brendan, I will always, always accept a good Grateful Dead quote in the morning. And yeah, it is. It's going to get stranger. So let's get on with the show. Let's go. Thanks for your super chat. And that makes me happy. Hollybox believe these new phone records came from the Turtle Boy case. Oh, that's interesting. Hollybox, thank you. Andy says, if you're telling the truth, you don't have to be reminded of what you said or care how you said it. Can't stand the judge. Free Karen Reed. Bees and Flowers said, it's creepy how she tries to act so kind and truthful. I think that too. I think it's creepy. Will the jury think, oh, she's just a nice soccer mom? I don't know. Vet Girl comes in again and says, victims' injuries tell their story. That's the way I got interested in this case. For me personally, wonder what the hospital billed for treatment, Criminal Justice 101. Does this court not know the definition of perjury? Well, yeah, I'd like to know that too, because if John O'Keefe was hit by a car, we do know there was never a motor vehicle accident crash report written or generated from this case by any troopers. And if you work in hospital billing, or you work in personal injury law, or you work in the insurance field of bodily injury claims and auto claims, Massachusetts, I am told, is also a no-fault state. So if Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, all of his medical bills would have had to go through her car insurance company. It's the same way that it works in New York. That is why I've said from the beginning that the civil case that the O'Keefes have the O'Keefes have filed against Karen Reed, the Waterfall, and CF McCarthy's has big issues because there was never a motor vehicle crash report generated. If you're here and you work in insurance, tell me if you would pay on this claim. Susan Youngblood says she's waiting for lightning to strike. Thank you, LC in Massachusetts, for your 20, for appreciating my insight. RJ Larson says, Hank should have told Jen to take it easy on the jury stairs. It looks so guilty. It does. It's just, civilian witnesses don't look at juries. You don't know to look at, this is something that law enforcement officers and experts do, because They want to appeal to the jury. They want to talk to the jury. They want to tell the jury their expertise and what they're there to teach them, right? About forensics, about accident reconstruction, about medicine. Civilian witnesses who are just fact witnesses who happen to be at 34 Fairview don't know to look at the jury. Brian Albert, on the other hand, of Boston PD, has testified over 100 times. He's a professional witness. He says good morning to the jury. He looks at the jury. He's very careful with his sartorial choices. He wears a Mr. Rogers sweater that zips up the front, and he knows the image that he wants to portray as, you know, some Mr. Rogers type, really credible guy who smiles at the jury. And when he comes to the stand, you're going to enjoy the way he pronounces yes, because he says, yes. Thank you for your super chat. Do you think AJ is doing enough to show that Jen McCabe has changed her testimony, even though now she keeps saying, I don't remember, and Bev keeps stopping and sustaining? I think he is. I mean, it's coming across. Jury's probably getting mad at her, like, come on, lady. But I believe she was told to say, oh, you testified so many times, you just don't remember what you said when. And then if he asks if it's going to refresh your recollection, don't say no. I mean, say no, and then you won't have to look at it. Thank you.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
Good. It's going in as an exhibit. That means the jury gets to
Thank you.
bring
Thank
it back.
you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she
Come back and look at your screen and look how defeated Jen McCabe looks. And also note that the closed captions capitalized the and limited as if they were talking about the store at the mall. Wasn't the limited a store at the mall?
she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Put them on the screen.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Margaret, the
Your Honor,
witness
may I
might need
approach
that.
just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? It will take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Kerry?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wilk, can we pull up the next text, please?
I don't remember these coming at
Do
the
you
first
see the
time.
response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
7:56 p.m.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The
Oh,
blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
And notice some of these messages say read, so they can't deny getting them.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
Tomorrow is the day she goes to Lank's house.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a
With
moment.
double exclamation points.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you, Roseanne. The famous Mark Twain quote is, "If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything." She's closely examining a multi-page document. Thank you, Julie, for gifting a membership. Great point, Farmer. Why was the mechanic at the O'Keefe house on the 29th in the afternoon with all of the other people who were with them grieving? I've got questions about that. Connie wants to know, can Alan ask Mrs. McCabe, would you agree with the statement, the truth never changes and you never forget the truth? He could. It would be objected to with regard to relevance, but it would get out there, but I don't think he would do that. Thank you so much for your 20. All right. Daleen Jordan
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
is a hairstylist in Boston. The TV is on in the salon.
May I stand at the
All the clients are want a free
You don't
Karen
have a
Read. Hey,
second copy
guys.
for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe,
Thanks,
do you
Delene.
recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You can just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore the
February
top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has
Mhm.
nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
Yes, that can come. 48.
Can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as it goes to Mr. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
Noon. Yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
February 1st is the day that Karen was arrested. February 2nd is the day of her arraignment in Stoughton District Court. I don't know if she was arrested before 12:50 p.m. or after.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
Listen up. This is
The
important.
prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is
Mhm.
D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context.
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Buckle up.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
Tell them the guy never went in the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
The guy.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
She's going to try and get as much information out as she can. During the first trial, Matt McCabe was presented with these messages on the stand, and he flipped the F out when he had to read them. And he testified right before Jen, I believe, so he didn't get a chance to talk to Jen about this. And now they're having Jen read them. There's a guy
Can you warrant us
unresponsive
who is
in the
this
snow.
text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for, oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
I think that's the first true thing that she said when she just said, I do a lot of errors, because your entire testimony has been one big error. Michigas, Shonda, why are we here? That's the only true thing she said so far.
Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please.
Who's she? The reporter?
Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Mhm.
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
Look at her mouth
Can you
hanging
just go
open.
back to that last text one more time?
Yeah,
I thought she knew what happened, says Farmer.
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
Notice that Jen McCabe has Brian Albert, her brother-in-law, in
Mr.
her
Wilk, I think you
phone
missed one.
as
One above it.
Uncle Brian A. I think that's weird. She says she's known him since
Who's
kindergarten.
this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
Oh,
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
to ask if we
2:55.
heard she's
And
in a
what does it
mental
read?
hospital.
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Kerry referring
I want
to?
to see the
Kerry
screen.
Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry,
Who's Kerry?
Kerry Roberts.
Something funny,
phone
Miss
are you
McCabe?
referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Mhm.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him
2:55
that
p.m.
you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
She's trying so hard to be friendly and sweet while she's reading these to make it seem like they're not nefarious or
Who is this from and
nefarious.
who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes,
And then you follow up with what?
all the stuff.
Next text,
All the
please.
stuff. They were going over the timeline right before this, remember?
Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
This is something that Matt McCabe did not get to read during the last trial. If she pleads out, I'm listening to that again because here it is in the little family circle group text between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, the homeowners. Nicole is Jennifer's sister, Jennifer, and her husband, Matt. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode. I think she was already arrested at this point. This is now 4:30 in the afternoon. Proctor's interviewing Kerry to make sure he's got more of the story to be able to pin it on the girl. But the night before, you'll see his text messages. He's already decided to pin it on the girl on the evening of January 29th, according to his text messages with his high school friends. We'll get to that. Wow. This is evil personified. We always had a feeling that the idea of upgrading Karen's charges to murder was because they thought she would take a plea on the vehicular manslaughter and it would go away. And when she didn't, they decided to upgrade the charges to murder in June of 2022. We always had a feeling about that. It was a feeling. Now it's more than a feeling. There's another song for the playlist. And now there it is in the group text. Listen, I'm playing it again because this should horrify you. And we're still here, and Karen Reed is still being persecuted wrongfully. John O'Keefe did not get hit by a car.
Nicole and Brian.
From Matt.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text,
yes.
meaning like a thumbs up or a like.
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
And Jen
Next
liked
text,
that
please.
text. Wow. The fix was in.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Buckle up.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Kerry Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed for the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael,
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
All together?
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Kerry that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's
Wow.
this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Kerry Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Kerry's a
Was that
talker.
in reference to Kerry Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Kerry, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Kerry Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
I love it. I love it. I wonder if she looks good in orange. Orange is the new black. Can you say conspiracy? Can you say collusion? I can say lots of things. Wow. Just wow. Kerry Roberts was coached on what to say, maybe suggested, maybe told. I don't know. You think that Kerry wanted to be like the cool kids? They weren't friends. The McCabes and the Alberts ruled the town for decades. And now they're besties. And the only thing that brought them together was this case. They bonded over it. Yeah, there are special seats in hell. Unbelievable. And she's trying so hard to read them in a friendly manner without any tone or any, any hint of a cover up or collusion or conspiracy, just a friendly conversation among family members because we were so upset about our dear friend, or at least my dear friend, the man passed out in the snow. Is a guy unresponsive in the snow? Come quick, that guy. Tell them the guy never went in the house. You think the jury's getting it? These texts came from the feds.
And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, it was,
Not asking you to
I
explain.
meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
Opinions, not facts. She was giving opinions. Okay. Giving her opinions.
Who's this from and
Interesting.
who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please.
Good.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still
Wow.
privy to the conversation between Kerry Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He's worried about a basketball game. It's getting crowded under that bus. Thank you, T-Bone. Anybody know that song, We're All in This Together? I think it's from High School Musical. We're all in this together. Yeah. Yeah, you are. And the walls will come crumbling down. And your time is going to come.
Waiting for them to talk, but Kerry kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Wow.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last
Are you
text? on the
listening?
page that you
Yes,
got?
it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Kerry and Jen are still friends because they just talked on the phone the night before.
Ms. McCabe,
The night before last.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct? I move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Textbook collusion. That's exactly what I was just saying. Brennan said, I move for an instruction, and she tells the jury to disregard it. Well, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube now, can you? Let's take it back and hear it again.
The defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct? I move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yes. Please approach Mr. Jackson, because this is why we have a smooth as butter emoji here. Smooth as butter for Alan Jackson. He's as smooth as butter. Not only is he a surgeon, cross-examining her with surgical precision, he's also an oral surgeon.
Through those
It's
texts.
like pulling teeth.
In the text that, may I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State.
Look at Karen's face. She's been dealing with this for over 3 years.
Overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Kerry was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
Mhm.
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said
Yep.
after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then
Mhm.
once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
Mhm.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Oh, her personal opinions about Ms. Reed. Is she going to get into how she thought that Karen was a glorified babysitter? Because I don't think that was in Proctor's report, but Jen McCabe really, really, really wants to tell you that. And the jury, her opinions about Ms. McCabe, about Ms. Reed. The UK is here. Thank you,
I
Trevor.
want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium.
Yeah, the trip that you took to Michael Lank's house. Wow. They can talk during their testimony. They just can't talk about their testimony. They can say hello, goodbye, good luck.
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Kerry's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Oh, what did they find
Yes.
out since then?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
That was at the first trial. Yeah. Yeah. She's looking at the jury like, please believe me. Please believe me. Hey, Renegade is on the playlist, by the way. The jig is up. The news is out. They finally found you.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
Yes.
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Kerry Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So
Okay. This is important, and I'm going to tell you why. Remember I told you before about how in Massachusetts, the defense has to turn over all of their impeachment evidence to the prosecution ahead of, in discovery, the defense got a smoking gun because their expert, Richard Green, who you're going to hear testify, found in Jen's location data that they had access to that she went to Lank's house that day. They had to turn it over to the other side. What did they do? Tully, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Tully, called her in to the DA's office. It wasn't Adam Lally, the attorney. It was Tully, the trooper, to prep her for this. So she needed a story about why she had to go to Lank's house, and she had the story ready to go. It is important to note that this meeting was memorialized and they made a report about it, but they didn't turn the report over to the defense until after Jen McCabe testified. She was prepped by Tully before her testimony. Then she testified, and they took their sweet time generating a report and then turned it over after, during the first trial. And you know what the judge said when Alan Jackson brought it to her attention? You can call her back to the stand if you want. And he said, and I'll never forget it, no, the damage with Ms. McCabe has been done. Okay? Now she's again been prepped because now she knows, and I've pointed this out in pretrial recently. I said, she says they went to pick up Kerry Roberts' daughter. Kerry says we went to drop her off. Which was it? It's easy to keep the truth straight. Not so easy to keep the lies straight. And why was Tully prepping them before trial at all? That's an attorney job, not a trooper job, not a friendly. Now she's going to say Tully wrote it down wrong in the report. Everybody's wrong, Jen, except for you. Everyone is in a conspiracy against you because you told everybody other things than what you're testifying now. All the law enforcement, all the grand jurors, all the testimony in the prior trials, everyone's colluding against you now, right? Right, Jen? Okay. What did you tell Tully? Now she's going to say Tully did it wrong.
You didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off,
If he mixed
that
it up,
could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off.
if he mixed it up. Well, you know what's so funny, Jen, is that now you remember these exact details from January 29th or 30th of 2022. You remember them now. And Tully wrote it down wrong. And why don't you just dox Kerry Roberts' daughter's name? Great idea. On a worldwide stage. Because it's all about you, Jen. It's all about you, right? Yep. Little Cupcake points out Filthy Tully who got caught setting up Turtle Boy. Yep.
Off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours. Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Tully's wrong again. This is Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, which is also on the playlist, by the way, from the first trial.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben. I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Kerry Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Kerry Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detail, no.
Now,
But you had to get your
You
story
also
straight. You needed the
indicated-
timeline.
By the way, you were
Why was that not in the timeline? Conveniently left out of the timeline?
reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained,
true.
ask it
It's
differently.
true.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten
honest.
because those
And I was like,
days
oh
were
my
just
gosh,
a
I went
complete
there. Oh my gosh.
blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant
Yeah.
show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Mm-hmm.
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Let's call Mrs. Lank to the stand.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
Mm-hmm. Not important. Doesn't show that you were
You
trying to get
indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Kerry's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
faint.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The apologies. So many apologies.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as
10
identification
pages?
with
She's-
the court's permission.
So
Show Mr. Brennan.
what's
on
10
your way up.
pages? She's flipping out. She just looked at Brennan when she found out it was 10 pages. Look at this.
Your way up.
Look at that
As
face.
identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
The glare. Wow. This could go on all day. It's quite a barbecue.
Take your time. Thank you.
We're a little behind, so I can scooch
Good.
a little bit forward.
The document there.
So-
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, she's smiling.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes,
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
10 pages. Maybe it's her location data from her phone. 10 pages. That could be what it is. Hank doesn't want it. He doesn't want her to even look at it. It's not moved into evidence. It's just marked for identification.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes. Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes. 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes. That's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6,
Where
do you
is
see
she? at that
location
point?
pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And
Oh,
what's the date and time?
5:36.
she lied about that in the last trial. She said
Taking a look at
they
page
never went to
7.
Fairview.
Do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Oh,
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was
Another lie.
5:36 and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay, take a look at page 8.
wow. Thank you,
Do you
Daniel.
see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's
home.
the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
528. She's at 34
Is-
Fairview.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously.
She lied about
Yes.
that in the
Much
first
more than
trial.
we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
This is
Yes.
artful.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep, got that one.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1:30:22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
I think you deleted comment
We
queen.
were talking about
Much love.
what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Kerry Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually,
Right.
and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Kerry was going to bring me home.
Mm-hmm.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Kerry Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house
Uh-huh.
on January 30th, 2022. wasn't
Right.
it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank.
Another lie.
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house.
Here's what the location data says that he just went through with meticulous precision. 12:13, she's at her home. 12:19, she's at One Meadows at the home of John O'Keefe. 5:21, she's at her home. 5:28, she's at 34 Fairview. Until 5:43 when she arrives at Lank's house. She's still at Lank's house at 6:28. In the car, sitting in the car in the freezing cold, and she's got MS. Remember, she's brought it up several times. She doesn't like the cold. And she's home again at 6:34. She did not go from John O'Keefe's house to Lank's house. See? And she's going to try and abada her way out of it. Welcome, Mike Ewing, for waiting the 48 hours. Thank you for being so patient. I have to do a lot of things to keep the trolls out of here. And he says, Jen should hyphenate her name to McCabe Reed. since she has to reread everything. Well done. Well done, Mike. I think you're going to like it here. It's the snark tank for a reason. She's caught red-handed in yet another lie. And let's see how she's going to abita her way out of this one.
To drop the child off.
Into my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house.
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went.
Yep.
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house.
Slowly stopped? What do you mean? You drove by slowly? She lied. She's caught in another lie. You wondered why it is taking him so long to get these answers out of her? She lied. She said we never went to 34 Fairview. We wouldn't even be on the way. Kerry Roberts said the same thing. We didn't go to 34 Fairview, right? Day 1, day 2 of trial? No, we didn't go to 34 Fairview. Now Kerry Roberts is also a liar. This jury is sitting back. Hank Brennan thought he had the order all figured out. He's going to tell his wonderful story. He's going to put Nuttall up there like a hero. That guy was caught in a whole bunch of mistruths. Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury that got Karen Reed's charges upgraded to murder. Because, you know, if she takes a plea, it'll go away. If not, it's going to be an episode. She didn't take the plea. Charges upgraded to murder. Kerry Roberts just lied again on the stand by saying they didn't go to 34 Fairview, right? Let's see if she can weasel her way out of this one and what Hank Brennan can do to throw her a lifesaver, a life preserver. She's in the Titanic. The Titanic has sunk. Here she is. Let's see how she explains herself now.
At Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house.
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
Slowly stopped.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you go by and just stop?
I think Kerry and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes.
Did you find
I
any
have to look at the
taillight?
report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No.
Nobody
Did you find any big pieces of red taillight on the 30th? Because, you know, they started to reveal themselves. Did you see a hat? Did your sister Coco get in the car with you? Wow, what? Time for the button. What do your phone records say?
came
What is your
outside to talk to you.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
sitting in the car?
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Yeah, I want to know. I got to
Like I
rewind a
said-
little bit more because I didn't hear he said how long they were there for. And I want to know how long they were there for. Hold on.
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house.
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke to someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you go by and just stop?
I think Kerry and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes.
4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
Oh my
We
God.
didn't go in the house. No.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Kerry and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
Now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago
4 to 6 minutes.
that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Excellent. Bang, 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 bang. I think there is a sidebar, sidebar. I think there is a place called Sidebar.
Take a
No
look
Shrinking
at
Violet.
that page.
Name for a Canton pub.
Top highlighted.
Maybe not in Canton, but I could FF it a little bit because we're a little behind, but I want to watch her. I want to watch her read this. And I would like to see the trap door open underneath her seat and have her fall into the stage door, the trap door below the stage and disappear. And I bet she
On May
wishes she could.
21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Kerry and I, and Lexi.
Oh, more
You're
receipts.
denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to
Lank's.
34, I'm sorry, over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Kerry's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Yeah, like the things you want the jury to hear. Like I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Kerry Roberts
I'm gonna
then
ask you a
lied on
couple
her
of questions
testimony
you
too.
may-
She said they
depending
didn't go
upon
to
your answer, you
34.
may- I'm sorry, depending upon what you just answered, you may.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over him. Kerry Roberts was specifically asked about this. When you left the O'Keefe's to go to Lank's, did you stop at 34 Fairview? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. We are collaborative here. She said, no, why would we? Like it's not on the way there, right? Remember, she rolled her eye. It was a whole thing.
That you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Yeah, like the man passed out in the snow. Tell him the guy never went in the house.
I'm
Tell
gonna
him
ask
he
you a
didn't go
couple
by
of questions
34.
you may, depending upon your answer, you may, I'm sorry, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on
That's her
January
house.
30th, 2022?
That was her
Yes,
house at the
according to
time.
this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm
this?
asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Of
Thank
course you don't.
Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, but there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
Oh, now you know you went
And isn't
there?
it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And
And
isn't it true that-
remember the grouped text messages from earlier in the day or the day before. Don't text about it. We'll find out more tomorrow. Must have been the night before. Don't text about it. We'll find out more tomorrow. Are they realizing that they're not supposed to be texting about it? Are they getting smarter as criminals? They have a whole family full of law enforcement.
that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly.
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Your trauma. I don't remember.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do you
I'm
have
about
a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
I got
All
no
right, jurors, we
memory.
will take our morning
Anything
recess.
else? I
15,
got no
20 minutes.
memory. I don't remember. I don't recall. Let's see how far we can scooch. Oh, they're still on break. We get to go to some questions. Wow. Do you think she'll drink about a gallon of water right now? You know, time drifts, everyone. Time drifts. Anton says, time to blame Father Time. Yes, because as Ian Whiffen said, you know, time drifts. We can't really trust the time on our phones because it drifts. Did you think it would get more delicious and more delightful today, or did you think that Alan Jackson was finished? Because he ain't done. We ain't got no quit. And we're going. I think there's only a few minutes left to break because we were a little bit behind. Susie Q says, does anyone know what happened about the juror Bev spoke to apparently the other day? No, but apparently I think the juror is still on the jury. That's all I know. This has to stop. Says, I have a list also. And her talking to Kerry during testimony. What about the 10 minutes from the federal interview and made 5 phone calls, only admitted to 4? Yep, that is another thing. Another lie that she's been caught in. I thought you might kick off with Derek Carney's new cupcake video this morning. Oh, I have it. We'll watch it at lunch because I don't know if we have enough time right now during the break. Wicked Mad Mass Mom says, Melanie, the Jeep, why are some of the McCabe's and Alberts putting it in front of the mailbox if it wasn't there? We have never been able to figure it out. We don't know. There are a lot of theories about it, but when you hear from the driver of the pickup truck that came to pick up Julie Nagel, her brother was in the front passenger seat. Ricky D'Antuono was the driver. They don't remember seeing a Jeep there. They say they pulled up right behind Karen. Karen made the turn onto Fairview. They yielded to let her go. Then they made the turn and then she pulled up. They don't mention anything about the Jeep. None of them saw it. Some people have said that they think that his Jeep was parked across the street in someone else's driveway. We don't really know. That loop has never been closed. It was also the 29th day of the month at 2:27 p.m. Then 227 pages is John speaking to us. Well, that's interesting because somebody sent me, professional numerologist sent me an email yesterday. And when I find it, I will read it to you because the numerology in this case is very interesting. Allison is a professional numerologist, and she said this. A friend of mine got me interested in the Karen Reed case. I watch you on YouTube channel in regard to the number 227 that keeps showing up. time of the call, the time Jennifer McCabe took the witness stand, the number of pages in her grand jury testimony. In numerology, we reduce numbers to a single digit, except in the case of master numbers. She says 2 + 2 + 7 is 11. 11 is a master number. The 11 is a messenger, a bridge between two worlds. It is very spiritual. January 29th, 2 + 9 is 11 is a master number 2 as well. I also find it interesting that the address was 34 Fairview. 3 + 4 is 7. And the 7 is strongly associated with secrets, lies, and things that are hidden. Yes, the universe is watching. That, Allison, is very interesting to me because I always found numerology very interesting. Astrology, numerology, all of it. Thank you, Navy Pearl, for reminding me about that. Oh, thank you, Miss Jules from Florida. I'm glad that you love my merch and that it's super soft. Wags said, I never had an FBI ice cream truck visit me. I'm not sure if I should be happy or sad. Yeah, kind of like Good Humor Man. Norman said she also said there's a street light across the street that allowed her to see the tire tracks, right? Even though it was dark. Problem is there is no light across the street, Thanks, Norman. Jenny says from Cowboy Mouth, nope, that's not on the list. Thank you, Justin, for another good suggestion. Alessi's Nefarious in Scissors is here. Says speculation Zoom may have been about harassment off the table because Crash Daddy Wolf's statements during voir dire makes it less effective for the Commonwealth. I don't know. I mean, we could speculate all day. I have no idea what it was about. Can the defense prove it was Donahue that told Fanning about getting a juror kicked after the trial and before deliberations? I don't know who Donahue is. No idea who that is. Thank you, though, for your super chat. The how dare you? We're going to take a look at that on the break. Pompeii Princess, hi from England. Is anyone as obsessed with Alan Jackson as I am? Oh, yes, I think you found your people. Especially when he raises his voice. I just love it. Welcome from across the pond. Terry says, can the defense have people who know nothing about a case watch it to gauge how it's coming across to a jury? Sure. Like a focus group. Yes. There was a TV show called Bull and was all about that. And Bull, I think, was based on, first of all, Michael Weatherly was in it, which, who doesn't love Michael Weatherly? I loved that TV show. In fact, that was the last TV show that I auditioned for before the world shut down, right before the 2020 panty. Don't put the word in the chat. YouTube doesn't like it. However, in Bull, they got mirror jurors all the time. They would hire people who had similar backgrounds to the actual jury. They would have them watch the trial and they would get their thoughts. And it is very commonly done. It's a very expensive thing to have done by a special firm that does that sort of thing. But yes, if you can afford it, you can do it. Lucid visionary girl. Victim advocates are not generally assigned to witnesses if they didn't witness the crime and or are not family of the victim. Why did she get one? Lies. No, she had one. They actually did have one. If anyone wants to point out to Lucid visionary girl what the victim witness advocates in Massachusetts actually do, it may be because of the harassment that they claim to have endured at the hands of or at the blog of Aidan Carney. And so they may have been assigned a special advocate because of that. But it's the same Steve Nelson. He's on the witness list. I don't know if he's going to testify. It is the same victim witness advocate for all of the people involved in this case. So there's that. I can't wait to see if they call him, because word on the street is that he may have given permission for the Bryans to destroy their cell phones before the preservation order came out. And also, Kerry Roberts testified she reached out to him when she wanted to ask if the O'Keefes at One Meadows could destroy their Ring camera or replace the Ring camera. Marie said, did they see if any of their cars had damage? This is from earlier this morning, and I'm not sure what you're asking me. Whether they looked at John O'Keefe's car. We're going to see some video of Karen Reed backing out that morning from the garage. She wasn't used to parking in the garage, backing into John O'Keefe's car in the driveway. And that is the defense's theory of how she broke her taillight or cracked her taillight. And so when we heard that the auto body repair guy was at the O'Keefe house on January 30th, because Jen likes to talk a lot, and she told us that yesterday. I don't know whether he was there for that or not. Hang on one second. Lily the good dog is here. The judge allowed AJ to refer to the feds as a different law enforcement agency yesterday. Can the defendant use the same wording to describe who hired ARCA? I don't know that there's been a ruling on that yet. What we do know is that he's not going to be able to say that they were hired by the FBI, but hopefully they are going to be able to clarify that, because the last jurors, according to interviews, had a problem with not knowing who hired them. And so they were left to speculate that it was either Karen's car insurance company or Turtle Boy, oddly enough. And so they disregarded the testimony of two very, very highly qualified biomechanical engineers that you may have seen the other day on voir dire if you were here with us. Edmund says, I'd like to see the replay of the video when Jen enters the Alberts home and when porch lights turned on to corroborate Jen's story. Can't really see it. The only footage we have is the dash cam footage from that cruiser that's really far away. There's snow coming down. It's blurry. You can just see like her shadowy figure going towards the house. Because, of course, Brian Albert, 30-year veteran of Boston PD, who was on the Fugitive Task Squad Force, whatever they call it, and on the TV show Boston's Finest, which was a reality show. He was a really big deal around there, by the way. Name that movie. I'm a really big deal around here. He didn't have any ring cameras, and he left his front door unlocked. So there's that. Why didn't anyone else call John O'Keefe's phone with the searching? I don't know. I don't know, Lynn. Karen was the only one calling besides Jen McCabe. Tamara, can the defense refer to ARCA being hired by officers other than MSP? Yeah, we were just talking about that, and the answer is we really don't know yet what she's going to allow. Anchorman, that is Anchorman. Thank you, Jessica Fitzgerald. I love me some Will Ferrell. I just do. I just do. Love Will Ferrell. Thank you for getting that one. So yeah, we're waiting. We don't know yet how far she's going to allow it to go. But we know she wants to punish the defense because she begrudgingly did not preclude or exclude any of their testimony. So there's that. Emily, Head Above Water, Avril Lavigne. Not well known, but a good song. Thank you very much. As these requests for the playlist come through, I will highlight them on the screen. Texas Prime says, Jen McCabe states she ran into 34 Fairview to tell her sister and Brian Albert what had happened. Seems risky to run into a police officer's home unannounced, who I'm sure has a firearm. Of course, I'm sure he sleeps with it next to his bed. He's going to come in and testify that he slept with his cell phone in his bed and his reading glasses in between him and his wife, even after they were having sexy time. That's what he's going to say caused the butt dial to Brian Higgins. And then Brian Higgins butt dials him back, all at 2:22 a.m. A couple of minutes before Jen McCabe's phone Googles, Haas Long to Dying Cold. I guess your name is from what the closed captions say, PP Buchanan. We try and keep it a little bit clean around here. Not that that's dirty, but, you know, I just don't like the word. Isn't there a hostile witness protocol? Well, a hostile witness, there's a lot of misunderstanding around this, is only when it's a witness that you call to the stand. He's cross-examining her, so by nature, she is a hostile witness. And so that does not come into play here, but that is a great question that people seem to ask quite often. So thank you for asking. I'm happy to explain it again. Becky says, she's pushing my buttons. This vile woman is just prolonging it all. He's asking you, what did you say in the grand jury? Funny how she can pick and choose. Yes. Well, she's got a narrative. She wants to get it out there. And those are the talking points that she is going to keep focusing in on and volunteer whenever possible. Karen says, dodgy that she's suddenly being careful about times this morning. Someone quietly whispered in her ear last night that the Commonwealth timeline is going askew. Oh, I think she's known that for a long time. I think she's been prepared for that. They've had a year since their prior testimony in this case. But what she doesn't know, I think, is that maybe the Fed, or what she did not know, because Helena Rafferty, chief of the Canton PD, who has since announced her retirement, put out a statement on Canton PD letterhead that the FBI investigation, the federal investigation into the John O'Keefe murder, or into whatever it is that they were investigating, because we still don't know what the sum and substance or subject of that FBI investigation was, Helena Rafferty put out a statement on her letterhead that it's concluded. That is the talking point that all the twidiots ran with, that are all the anti-Karen Reed sock puppet accounts for perhaps the friends and family. Federal investigation is over. Ha ha, ha, they didn't find anything. Well, I think based on what we've seen the past couple days, that may not be the case. Mary says, wouldn't it be bliss if he could show the question and answer from the last trial? Well, he can question her about it, but the transcript can't come into evidence. It is used as an impeachment tool. Kurt suggested The Fan by Little Feat. I do love Little Feat. I'm a big fan of Little Feat. Oh, breaking news from the New York Post. Anybody remember Laugh-In? Ruth Buzzy has died at 88. She was best known for the NBC variety sketch comedy Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, which ran from 1968 to 1973. She died peacefully in her sleep. R.I.P. Ruth Buzzy. Josh says, so she called her sister at 5:07. That's also new news. We did not know that. The only people that we knew that she called were, after she got the call from Karen, were Julie Albert, Colin Albert's mother, and Tom Beatty, the friend who she said she thought maybe John was sleeping over there. Thought. She calls Julie Albert. Did Julie Albert say, by the way, Tom Beatty's daughter called Colin? Colin called Tom Beatty's daughter last night looking for a ride from 34 Fairview at a certain time. And so Jen tries to call Tom Beatty because that is word on the street. That is what happened. That Tom Beatty's daughter was called by Colin Albert to get a ride from 34 Fairview sometime around 12:30 and then said something like, forget it. And word on the street is also that after this, Tom Beatty's daughter was harassed, like in disgusting ways, by perhaps Jennifer McCabe. I think she was a high schooler at the time, right? Because Colin was in high school. And that makes that timeline make sense. She called Julie, holy duck. Karen called me. She's looking for John. Julie says, oh, that's crazy. Julie claims not to have answered the phone, but says that that's when she found out that John had died. Make it make sense. That's my new theory. Colin's mom is married to Chris Albert, who's a brother of Brian Albert. After this case, after the murder of John O'Keefe in January of 2022, Chris Albert ran for and won a seat on the Canton Select Board in something like April of 2023. Like, you can't even make up how twisted the family tree roots of Canton are. Right. So she called her sister at 5:07. Right, which we didn't know. Nicole didn't get through to her, then found a body on her lawn at 6 and wasn't worried about the residents of the house. Right. Nope. Mojo's Mojo. Thank you. John and Karen need to swap places. Jen and Karen need to swap places, honestly, says Jules from Australia. The world is watching. Thank you, Child of the Light, for your super sticker. Kelly says, I think the defense needs to start moving for a mistrial and renew the motion to recuse after every single prejudicial bias side comment Bev makes in front of the jury, make a record and a point. Well, I think they're doing that at sidebar. We don't get to hear the sidebars and we don't get to hear the objections argued in open court here, which is unusual. But that's the way they do it here in Massachusetts in her courtroom, not in every courtroom. Thank you, Lori Lovulo, for gifting 5 memberships. You have awfully sweet. Thanks. Hashtag not skin tag says, need ain't no rest for the wicked by Cage the Elephant. That's a great song. Highlighted my trip to the US after meeting them at the Standard in LA after a conference and after traveling from Australia. That's awesome. I love that for you. And I love that for us. And F and Hippie in here with another Grateful Dead quote, without love and a dream, it will never come true. Love it. Amy in Arizona, I've definitely changed my mind. Didn't watch the first trial, but watched 2020. She has a tell, licks her lips and sticks her tongue out when she thinks she got away with it. Well done, Amy in Arizona. Thank you for the 20. Anybody who watched that Discovery ID 5-part series I didn't like that very much. Oh, look, Cynthia says, note, today's May 2nd, 5 + 2 = 7. We're all over the numerology. Everyone smash the like button because helps a girl out, helps people find us, helps people know that this is a fun place to watch the trial. Emily Ricks, 508. I once testified in a trial. I was advised from the DA to act as if the jurors were not there. Also, only met with him 3 times over 2 years. That's interesting. Thank you. Real talk with Rue. So has Brian Albert gotten Jen out of some messes? Maybe. She's putting her life on the line by lying and covering. What does she owe her brother-in-law? Well, he's married to her sister. Families tend to lie for each other. Plenty of people can keep secrets. The mob keeps a lot of secrets too, right? FBI knows. That's why she freaked and immediately called him. Could be. Could be. And remember, it wasn't about the harassment that they had been suffering because they hadn't had, as far as I know, any harassment yet because Turtle Boy did not even start covering the case until after. So the feds were looking into the case before Turtle Boy's involvement, which is also interesting. JBG says, so Jen remembers context and info around her text with her sister from 3 years ago, but something as important as a discussion with the police, she doesn't remember now. No, it was very chaotic. She talked to a lot of police that day. She was in trauma. All she wanted to do was help Karen, and she was pulled into this mess. And please, please, poor me, feel sorry for me. Please feel sorry for me. Denise, is the FBI still investigating this? We don't know really what their involvement was, whether they're investigating the DA's office itself, whether they were investigating the murder of Sandra Birchmore, which has since been, that was ruled a suicide. It has since Matthew Farwell, the Stoughton police officer who impregnated her and met her and took her virginity when she was 15, but met her when she was like 11 or 12 at the Police Explorers program in Stoughton. You can't make this up. You really can't. When Sandra Birchmore was found dead, hanging from a strap from a doorknob in her bedroom in Canton, that investigation was quickly closed and ruled a suicide. Matthew Garino, who's already testified, Nicholas Garino, who you've already seen testify, failed to find 32,000 text messages in Farwell's phone between him and Sandra Birchmore, which clearly indicated that they had been having an affair since she was 15 and that she was pregnant with his baby. And coincidentally, at the time that he murdered her, because he's now under federal murder charges because the FBI charged him with something the state still hasn't. They probably won't because Canton. But Farwell is in federal prison waiting his trial for murder. And we don't know if that's what the FBI was investigating. And this came in collaterally when they started looking at this, or if they were looking at the DA's office as a whole, because we watched Michael Marcy's hostage statement again the other day from August of 2023, and he was ramping up. And they really, really, really want to know what the feds know. Denise is hoping that Jen McCabe is indicted for perjury. She's going to have to be prosecuted by the same people in this county, who she apparently is on speed dial with Michael Marcy. So his term is not up until 2026. Joe Brennan says, thank you for all you do. Later, go back and watch around the 4812. She is giving the middle finger. Her sign. Oh, that's a sign. Who's she giving it to? Thanks, Joe. Apologies if I get too far behind on these. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Again, there's nothing more dangerous than someone with nothing to lose. Yes, I say that all the time, right? They should be worried about Proctor. He who talks first gets immunity. He wasn't involved in the murder itself, just the cover up. Or just, hey, look over here, look the other way, pin it on the girl. It's crazy, right? Google search, Haas Long, till I overheat in this courtroom. Are you, Big Haas, are you in the courtroom? I heard it was really hot in there. I heard it was really hot. I like it here in my own home studio. People are like, why don't you go to the trial? I'm like, because I like it here. It's air conditioned. I have a fan. I get to regulate my own temperature. I get to stop for snacks. And I get to spend my day with 20,000 people like you who are awesome. Killing me softly with your lies. Bella's mom is here. Great username. Carol says, not one group text sympathetic message to the loss of John Wright. Not one. Jen playing the song It's Raining Men. Bridget Jones' Diary 2. Two men fighting over a woman. Jen knew John was going to be killed, do you think? Or told? You said told, but is that what you mean? That he was going to be killed? Evil, in my opinion. Thank you, Carol, for tuning in from Canada. There is worldwide interest in this case. Midnight Mike, give them 5 memberships. You're awesome. I just, earlier in the chat, Mike, I saw go by. This is your first watch of this trial. You didn't watch trial 1? I feel like you've been here for so long because you're so generous. And I see your name all the time. Stephanie says, AJ serving up filet-o McCabe at Auntie Bev's side bar and grill, or Auntie Bev's barbecue. It's like a barbecue. It's like a slow roasting, kind of like boiling a frog, right? You couldn't script this. If you were in Hollywood in a writer's room and you tried to script this and then pitch it to a network, they would laugh you out of there. They would say, nobody's going to believe that. It's too incredulous. Nobody would ever believe that. It's too hard to believe. No, go, give me something else. Work on something new. This ain't going to do it. Thank you, Michelle, for buying me a matcha and for thanking me. And so she says, we love you here in Massachusetts. I love Massachusetts too. Thank you. Thank you, Denise, for your Venmo. I'm not sure if you will mention before you see this, but Jen said under direct that the car repairman was at John's house along with family, friends, and coworkers. Yes. Oh, she says, I'm her fave. Oh, Denise, you're my fave too. Don't tell the others. Colleen says, I bought some merch from your site. Can't wait for delivery. Oh, awesome. It's, it's not like Amazon. It doesn't come overnight, but it's worth it. It usually comes within a week. It's printed to order. I have nothing to do with that. I'm glad. Roro, thank you for your matcha latte, says Free Karen Reed. Julie says, thanks. Couldn't do this without you. So thank you for your coverage. The lipstick is amazing. Would you be willing to share the info on it? Yeah, this is Ulta. It's actually an Ulta color, 301. I had been addicted to a Laura Mercier shade. I don't remember if it was Laura Mercier or MAC, and they stopped making that exact color. So I brought the old tube with me and I went to Ulta and tried to match it. And this is the closest that I could come. And then this is like I put over it like this e.l.f. lip oil, which is it's like $8 at CVS and it's so good and it lasts. I usually use the Fenty, which is over here. The men are getting bored right now. The Fenty, which is this lip balm, but this thing leaks. And every time I open it, my hands get all sticky. So it makes me mad. So I don't use it on the air. But thank you for asking. Thank you, Julie. I hope that helps. Samantha, do you believe the jury understands that these witnesses continue to lie and cover up, or are they buying the stories being told in this trial despite the contradictions in testimony being pointed out? Well, let's ask the chat. So if anyone in the chat is watching this for the first time and you have never, ever, ever heard Jennifer McCabe's testimony before and you really didn't know anything about Jennifer McCabe, please let us know your thoughts. If you think she's shady or if you think she's being attacked by Alan Jackson, I'm really curious to know. Denise says, I bet Jen wishes she used Signal on January 29th of 2022. Mm-hmm. Don't text about it. Oh, thank you, Life on Makeup. No, both of my tubes, both of the tubes that I have, because I've got 2 of them sitting right here, both of them leak. They leak through here. You know what? Oh, look, this one's all gross right now. Also, this Makeup by Mario, which I love, by the way. I love the blush in a stick, and it's got a little brush on the bottom. Since you're here answering expert questions about makeup, Life on Makeup. The Makeup by Mario, it's got a little brush on the bottom with a little cap, and that thing like broke. Like I can't get the brush out. I think they've had troubles with that, but I do like their tube blush. It's very good. And they also have a really good bronzer, Makeup by Mario, which is a brand I had never heard of before. So if you know anything about that, Life on Makeup, how I can fix that little brush thing on the bottom, let me know. We should do a get ready with me one morning. We could just talk about makeup. The men would check out, especially Kindergarten Cop. He's like, Kindergarten Cop, His name is really Scott. He was NYPD for 25 years. He's retired now. And he agreed to moderate for me. And he thought this was going to be a channel about makeup. And he was like surprised when it turned out the way it is. Yvette says, hi, is there a feed that shows AJ and the rest of the courtroom? Would love to see Brennan, judge's interactions with Jen. Thanks, Lovey. You're a Lovey too. I think Law and Crime has it. We can switch over for a little while if you want to, just to get some of the reactions since we're on break right now anyway. And it might be interesting to look at it just for a little bit. And I will allow it. I think it's on Law and Crime, right? And they've got a whole bunch of cameras. So we'll go over there for a little while. Why not? We'll hop. We'll do a little court hopping. How's that? Thank you, Yvette, for suggesting. We're doing it. I switched over. Their fan is still up too. Thank you for reminding me also because I was going to. I thought about doing that today for a little bit. I find it very distracting, but maybe for a little while, we can do it. Hopefully the sound is good today. Paula says Judge Canoni, along with her father and brother, worked with Colin's grandfather for decades. Thank you, Paula Kelly. And if you'd like to know about that, you can go to Turtle Boy Daily News, Canton Cover Up, episode or article number 102. Nancy, just a thank you. Thank you, Nancy, for watching. Without you guys, I wouldn't have a show. I'd just be sitting here screaming at my TV. Heather, free Karen Reed with cupcakes. Jonas, thank you so much. Jonas says, I have no idea about paying on YouTube. So once I get it dialed in, I'll do that. No, the Venmo is actually better, Jonas. You know why? Because it comes directly to me and YouTube takes 30%. So look, I'll answer your questions and it's perfectly a more preferred way actually for most YouTubers. So thank you for thanking me for my work and thank you. And thanks Kimberly for buying 3 matcha lattes. And you guys are amazingly generous. Anon, please. Yes. And Anon, please says, I sent you a Venmo before because YouTube takes 30%. Thank you. I love you too. Kathleen. Kathleen, thank you for thanking me. Sherilyn, thank you for your Cash App. You're the greatest. Sean, unable to gift a membership through my iPad or phone. I'm giving this to you for giving the amazing commentary. Well, thank you. Thank you. Gifting is a weird thing that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. And Linda, thank you for thanking me and for loving my commentary. And as soon as the camera comes back up, we'll get back to it. Thank you, Jacqueline, for thanking me. And Lady Zelda Kelly says, sorry, Miss Mel, I want to rip her hair out. Zelda, Lady Zelda, has a channel. She's a tarot card reader and a mystic. Mystic? What do you call yourself, Zelda? Check out her channel if you're into that sort of thing. Andrea, thank you for thanking me for coffee. And Jamie says, free Karen Reed. Thank you so much for your legal commentary. I'm loving your YouTube channel in South Carolina. You rock. No, you guys rock. Leslie, thank you for thanking me. AJ's beard said, here we caught Jen in perjury again at 11:11. That's interesting. The numerology is everywhere with this, right? 2 guys from Quantico Ice Cream Company gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate you more than you know. Got a lot of new members today. How awesome is that? Norman says Donahue is an ex of the juror that got bounced. His brother is a friend of Fanning. Everyone knows everyone in Norfolk County. Apparently so. It's very incestuous, right? And people have lived there for decades. And I'm still curious about what that rock was doing on the front lawn of 34 Fairview at the jury view. That's insane. And they seem to they're not going to do anything about it. The judge just told the jury to disregard that rock. If you saw the rock there, just disregard it. I've said from the first time that was brought out that I think that that's like some very serious jury tampering. And thank you, Mama She, for your very generous 50. just for thanking me on Cash App. And Sherilyn said, you're in the new How Dare You video. Have you seen it? I have. We're going to play it at lunch. I didn't realize this break was going to be so long. Wasn't supposed to be so long. Thanks, Norman, for pointing that out. Dee Dee says, why wouldn't AJ question Jen more on if she pleads, this will end? This is huge to me. Me too. But you know what? Don't give her a chance to explain it. Just have her read the text messages and leave it at that. Once you ask a witness like this a why question, she's going to answer it in the way that she wants to answer it, and it's too risky. And someone else asked about the lipstick too. Thank you. Tammy Tebow, heading to AC/DC on Sunday with my hubby for his birthday. Is Hell's Bells on the playlist? It should be. Love you. No, love you, but love you more. There's a bunch of AC/DC on there. Highway to Hell. I'll take a look. Latinagra. Thank you for your 20. This case is going to be over by August. I heard 150 people are going to testify. Well, the 150 are on the list. Will they call them all? I don't know. But, the judge now has like all these days off that weren't scheduled, and it's a lot. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jules, for pointing this out. She says, or Julie, the plea text was at 4:30 p.m. on February 1st. Karen was not arrested until 7:30 p.m. on the 1st. How did the four in that group text messages even know about an arrest or a plea? Yes, because they have direct ties to Proctor. He's a family friend for decades. Proctor's mother was on Facebook calling the Alberts her second family. He has personal ties to them. And, Lank too. Lank is the Ray Donovan of the Albert family. He's been inserting himself into Albert family business for decades, getting them all out of trouble. Jen McCabe felt close enough to Lank to be able to call him to say, hey, can you come back? Because I forgot to tell you that Karen Reed said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And I want to make sure it's in your report. But she keeps changing her story. And now her memory is Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You couldn't make it up. I think they're coming back now. We are unmuted. Maybe we're unmuted. If the volume is better here, then I can go back to auto. So please let me know. If I'm too soft, they're too loud. Hopefully their captions are working. Oh, that they do. Excellent.
Go to the session, please be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience.
They just got Wi-Fi in this courthouse before the last trial.
Sorry.
The courthouse is something like 100 years old.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This is the split screen on law and crime.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure.
I don't know how long I'm going to be able to
Okay.
stand the
You
split
should see
screen.
some
to be honest
highlights on
with
that
you.
document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
She looked right at
So you
Brennan.
asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
Here's the
I'm-
problem with the
I
split
don't know the
screen.
exact.
We're not seeing Alan Jackson on one side of the split screen. It's like a Karen cam. That's the problem. It's focused on Karen the whole time. If they had Alan Jackson on one screen and Jen McCabe on the other screen, I could deal with it. But I don't know how I feel about this right now. I'm going to let it play a little bit, but I don't need to see an advertisement for Morgan and Morgan.
Time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Oh, sorry. Executive decision. I'm going back to this. Sorry, guys. I just can't. It's not like if it showed Alan, I would be okay with it, but it doesn't. So I don't really want to look at Karen the whole time. Let's go back. All right. So these are a record of messages between her and Proctor, phone calls between her and Proctor on the 29th and 30th. There we go. Taking it back. Like Howie Carr says, Melanie Little, that's where I watch the trial coverage. She's really smart and she stops to explain things. So you get a little bit behind, then you get to fast forward. And so it all evens out. Thank you, Howie Carr, for the shout out. That was awesome. Here we go.
Records from my phone. Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you. I could not crush on Alessi more. Great username.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so
question
turn
was,
the records over, see if
You
you can
had
answer the
calls
questions.
with Proctor. Why is she helping?
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as
You
you
can
sit here.
assume that, of course.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure.
Thanks, Danielle.
Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
Why
All
is
right,
the
so
judge
the answer is no.
okay? Why is the judge giving her an out? She's giving her an out. She's phrasing the questions in such a way that Jennifer McCabe knows how to answer them so that it's not coming in. This is total.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking. So this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many,
Good.
but a few.
Okay.
Take all day.
On the 29th,
We're
did you
here.
receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
Take it easy.
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
Brennan, did he just say take it easy? And then he said, I only objected to the form. I didn't object to the record, Your Honor. Wait, listen to this.
The phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor.
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
Take it.
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
He said, take it easy. The judge said, excuse me? I'm sorry, what?
Specific times, no, but I do
Listen.
remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So,
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Wow.
I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
We're in a land of confusion. We are. We've got two versions of that on the playlist: the disturbed version and the Genesis version.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those.
And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally, on
All of these phone records are new because all of this Proctor stuff is new. His phone records became discoverable because of his shenanigans on this case. And because I think he was using his personal phone to do government business. This is all new. All of her communications with Proctor. Mm-hmm.
March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you're communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
Oh,
I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
April of 23, when the feds ambushed you at your car, you started talking again. At what point did you decide to throw Michael Proctor under the bus, Ms. McCabe? You and the fam.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes,
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No,
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes,
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September, October timeframe of 2023.
yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but
Oh,
you had
she-
met him and talked to him.
She wants to talk about the harassment that she has suffered at the hands of and at the direction she claims of Turtle Boy Aiden Carney. She wants so badly to get it in. Will she squeak it out? Let's see.
More times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly.
Exactly. Tully's a liar.
The interview with Trooper Tully,
Aloha, mahalo, Tammy.
I may have just
Ohana.
a moment, Your Honor.
Tammy's watching from Hawaii. Getting thirsty.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again,
All the cops
that
are wrong.
is sustained.
They all wrote
Ladies
it
and
down wrong.
gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
Because here's
If
the
you
thing
had
also.
told Trooper
There's photographs of Jennifer McCabe's car, her white Jeep, outside of Proctor's house. Like she was paying him some visits.
Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay.
I'd like
Come
to be
to sidebar,
seen.
please.
We see you. We see you, Hank Weasel Brennan. We're a little tiny smidge behind, so we have a little room here. Got a little buffer zone, Anybody watching from the buffer zone? Tell us what's going on there today. How's the weather? Do you have a big crowd? What's going on? What are you guys doing? Do you have laptops? You're watching on your phones? What are you doing? Because the news is trying to make it look like nobody's showing up in the buffer zone.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully,
She's
Lieutenant
insufferable.
Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
My
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Bullshit, it has
Do you
not.
deny as you sit here telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Move along.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could.
Her eyes keep wandering
Your Honor,
over to
this has
Brennan.
previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Save me. Save me.
Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
don't think Brennan can save you now, babe.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Thank you, Angel Figueroa, for the 20.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page,
Mhm.
at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls.
She's going to say they're butt dials.
That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and that were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes,
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
She glared at Brennan right there when she was made to say butt dial. Watch this. Come back to your screen for a second. Because now she says, I don't remember making the calls. Now she's trying to say they weren't butt dials. This is more lies.
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
Look, glare.
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Right.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Bullshit. You
Next
are
question.
so.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
Because you deleted them before you turned over your phone to the police. 7 times. Butt dialed 7 times in 19
When
minutes. She's well aware.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
Go through them.
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
That's right.
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often?
I don't know. I think I have called people from my
Every
text app
day.
by mistake, though.
every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
hmm
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it. That-
accidentally hit the
So-
last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Rather, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe
Finally,
she is. Go ahead and finish.
for the love of the traveling Mary, the first time ever, Your Honor, I need to ask you to direct the witness to answer my question. Finally. And then she says, I think she is. Really? No, she wants to give her explanation to the jury and she wants to look right at him while she does it. Listen.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it, that-
accidentally hit the
So-
last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay?
Please approach, Your Honor, because the question was yes or no. The question is yes or no. She doesn't get to go off on a tangent and make a speech to bring out the talking points that are in her timeline that she wants the jury to believe her this time. Okay? That's not the way it's done in real court. But we are in the upside down, inside out Narnia of the Hunger Games of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Welcome. Welcome if you're new here. Welcome. Welcome. Because this is what goes on here. That's why every lawyer in the country, except for maybe 3 that go on court TV, think that this is an outrage, miscarriage, outrageous miscarriage of justice.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Doesn't get to
You're aware
narrate.
that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial,
Mhm.
scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes,
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
it does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct?
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
You're not denying you made those calls? You just don't remember? They were just butt dials? She knows the feds are watching. She's
I'd
got
like
to
to
be
ask you
very
a few
careful with her
questions
lies.
about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
Here we go. 227.
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused. Are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You
What
opened
you
up a search
used.
engine as well within that browser, did you not?
Ask yourselves this. Are you search engine loyal? I only use Google for searches. I hate Safari. In fact, they took the thing off my iPhone. I won't use it. I'm a Google girl through and through. And if all of our other searches were on Google, and this one particular search was on Safari, does that tell you anything? She said, I'm not sure what I used that day. I don't switch off with my browsers. And the jurors are on, when the jurors come for jury duty to sit on a case and they're selected, they don't leave their common sense at the door. Most people don't switch out their browsers when they're making a search. It's also sus to me.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
What I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone,
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball.
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
Because I was
And what
harassed.
you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
Well done.
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times. Yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there.
We're going to
I
get
asked
there.
you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
Sure. Took us 3 days to get here.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware
Also, looking straight at the jury for that little monologue.
that your records have been told, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
The
And-
police never asked you.
Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I
I
did.
don't
It's just one
remember.
that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
She's insufferable. She's really, really insufferable. Is she going to lose it? Oh, that was a very squeaky wheel. We have a WD-40 emoji as well because there was a really squeaky door in one of the trials we watched. I can't remember which trial. You guys remember what trial? The squeaky. Also, Bev has a squeaky chair. Something squeaky. Paul O'Keefe has been demoted to the back row, far left,
Minute to find the record that I did not make a reaction.
after whatever it was that happened.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking on.
Yeah, Ms. Little, she's your workhorse. No relation, of course, but Eliza Little is there. She's got everything at her fingertips. She knows where everything is. She said, well, you can come to sidebar. Maybe Ms. Little can look for the search so we don't need another 5-minute break. There is a lottery for the media that are allowed to be at this high top back here. 10 passes per week. And there's some sort of lottery
They
system.
continue. The lawyers are. We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may
Guess
I?
the lunch isn't there yet.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen
Oh, good.
and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
You object to the way it's presented?
Okay, take it down.
This is, I think that's the Celebrate extraction.
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
Need to get rid of a
That's exactly how
column.
it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
counsel at sidebar.
You know, most ethical prosecutors want to get at the truth, right? They want to get at the truth. They want the proper person to be convicted of the crime. They want the proper person to be tried for the crime, but not here. No, not here in Norfolk County. They just want a conviction. They want a conviction so badly in this case that they hired Hank Brennan, a hired gun, a private defense attorney who defended Whitey Bulger, coincidentally, years ago. Despite the fact that they have over 50 attorneys on staff at the Norfolk County DA's office that they pay on salary, they hired Hank Brennan. There's no conflict. There was no reason to hire a hired gun, except for perhaps, as I call it, the Karen Reed trial is the hot potato case of the Norfolk County DA's office, and nobody else wanted to touch it because it stinks. And for those of you who don't know, after the mistrial was granted during the first persecution a year ago, mistrial was declared on July 1st, several jurors came forward to both sides, the defense and the prosecution, and said, hey, wait a minute. We all agreed to acquit Karen Reed of murder 2, which was the first charge, and the third charge, leaving the scene. The only thing we were deadlocked on was count 2. This issue on double jeopardy has gone up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they have just decided
Go
not to
ahead.
hear it.
Thank you.
Here we are.
Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Justin, you're correct. She called the victim witness advocate when the FBI came before Turtle Boy. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. So she had a witness advocate before Turtle Boy's involvement. You're correct.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss
Ms.
Reed.
McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
He didn't ask her to read the
Was there
record.
a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase hustling to die in cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, hustling to die in cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hustling to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
She was pulling on my sleeve. There's a new detail.
You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Kerry Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it? or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
Not every day.
Discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Kerry Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Kerry Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Kerry Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Kerry Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Kerry Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Kerry Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
She didn't even
Yes.
try to answer. She just
Juries,
blinked
feel
her
free to
eyes
stand up and stretch.
and looked over at Brennan because this is exactly what we've been talking about. Kerry Roberts testified last week that she lied to the grand jury when she told the grand jury that she heard Karen Reed tell Jen McCabe in the morning to Google hypothermia. She said, no, I didn't actually hear Karen say that. I just know that it happened. There was a lot of questioning on that. And now Alan Jackson wants to know whether Jen McCabe has been told since Kerry Roberts' testimony that Kerry Reed said, I actually never heard Karen say that. And there's nothing wrong with that question. And Brennan's objecting, the judge is enabling him, and they're at sidebar. And you know, every time they go up there, they're making a record. Like, this is just
Question on this.
insane.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Kerry Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You believe that? Does anybody believe that? She says she doesn't know that that came out at trial last week.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Kerry off.
So of course, Kerry Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Kerry
Wow.
Roberts is
Kerry Roberts. Now she's saying Kerry wasn't there when Karen told her. So now we know that, boy, Kerry really did lie to the grand jury because she wasn't even there when this alleged order to Google hypothermia was made. Wow. Are you throwing Kerry under the bus now too? Are they friends anymore? Wow.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Kerry off.
She had sent Kerry off.
so of course, Kerry Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Kerry Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Kerry, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Kerry Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me. She said this. Then Kerry and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
Dee Dee.
It was my sister. Yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here. Yes.
Where is
She's-
she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Point out your sister.
Sure. She's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Is she wearing the striped shirt you wore the other day?
Yes.
Cameraman. Man.
So she witnessed this
Camera
timeline being
person.
prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline. Yes.
She's the crap.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Kerry Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen
don't
said it.
need
It's that simple.
so
Anyone to back
you're
me
the
up.
only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosslong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say
What did I say?
a question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Yesterday was a day off,
More
wasn't
than
it?
15, right?
I have no idea.
They counted.
I'm just trying to answer the question.
He said more than 15. Never once has she apologized ever on the stand, ever. And they've got transcripts of her grand jury testimony. She's never apologized. Right? I got to hear that again. He counted. He went back and counted. It wasn't yesterday, though. It was Wednesday, because yesterday was a day off, but that's what he meant. How many times did she apologize? He said something like more than 15, right? Listen.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea.
More than 15.
I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Only the 227.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
The
Do you
sign.
deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it. Yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview.
We don't judge
This is
you.
Exhibit 4.
We
It's
don't
been
judge.
previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Sarif.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf?
I'm going to full screen this for you.
Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Kerry Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Miss McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission.
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Kerry Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
I call him Wimpy. You'll see,
We'll move
Officer
to runtime
Saraf.
8:56.
I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Prove me wrong. Officer Saraf is like Wimpy. I have the Aiden Carney video queued up. We're going to play it as soon as they break for lunch. Sounds like breaking news.
Pause it.
No spoilers, please.
Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And
Little
at
Miss can't be wrong.
9:26, you'll stop, please.
It's important to point out that there's only maybe 2 inches of snow on the ground at this time. Maybe 2. Giant pieces of red taillight would have been easy to find, even if you're the incompetent Canton PD.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Ms. Reed.
I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was
Jen.
speaking to police officers, yes.
Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Ms. McCabe, oops. Who's most engaged with the police officer? She is. She is. She's the orchestrator, the manipulator. She doesn't run in the house to see if her sister and their family are okay. There's a dead man, a guy, her dear friend of 10 years, dead on the front lawn of her sister. She doesn't run inside to make sure everyone's okay. No. What's important to her? Grabbing the ear of Wimpy and all the other officers on the scene to tell them the story. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Right away, it starts. And the judge just called her Ms. Reed again.
I mean,
Appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time.
can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Oops, I did
I mean-
it again.
Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay.
3 of
Can we
them.
go to runtime 10:49?
She's trying to help them. She's very helpful.
This will be from 10:49 to 11:55. Mr. Wolk.
Help is a theme. Help is a theme in her testimony this year. Help is a theme.
You pause it.
Beatles song.
Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
Walking with her hands. She's very animated. She wants them to know everything. Tell them it is like a horror movie, right? Pushing the narrative. But what she never tells them is that Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She never tells them that. They never write that down. She calls Lank later and tells him to come back to the house and says, you know, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Which is quite different from I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Anybody ever watch My Cousin Vinny? I shot the clerk, I shot the clerk, I shot the clerk. She's got a long story to tell him. And she never goes inside to check on her sister and their family and their children. They have 5 children, the Alberts. They've lived in that house for something like 50 years. Brian Albert grew up in that house. She's known Brian Albert since kindergarten. Boy, look at that story. She's got a big, long story. If you're not looking at your screen and you're not driving, come on back and look. She's got so much to say, so much to say, so much to say. Oh, I don't know if I have that on the playlist. It's a great Dave Matthews tune.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the 3 of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Yeah.
Runtime 20:22, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right,
Yes.
from frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
I hope they called Denise. Denise is sitting right there listening to everything. She's listening to all the testimony.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it?
They should serve her with a
Can you tell
subpoena
who you're speaking to there?
when she walks out of the courtroom.
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it.
Mike Lank, the Ray Donovan of the Albert family. This says it's 6:27. Nobody has a copy of this timeline. They've never produced it. I don't know if it's still exists, if it was burned. I don't know that it was ever demanded in discovery, but we didn't see it in the first trial, this alleged timeline crafted by Kerry and Jen. The scrivener was Denise, whose last name we now know is Galvin, and she did not want to say that, or Dee Dee. And Jen McCabe says that Peggy O'Keefe told them to do the timeline. Ordered them, suggested. Why do you need a timeline if you don't know what happened? Oh, what is that?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Terry says, why is her sister there? She's not a family member. Because the family has 10 seats. They can invite whoever they want. Where's Dee Dee? She has a striped shirt on. Well, I can't see right now. Oh, right there. There's Dee Dee. They're focusing on Dee Dee right now. The stripes are skinny, but they're
Ms.
stripes.
McCabe, who
behind
was
Ms.
most
O'Keefe.
engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely?
She turned her back to the gurney.
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
You couldn't look at what you had done or what you knew
Ms.
had
McCabe,
happened in that house. That's a great point.
when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized.
I don't want to take it back right now because we have this Breaking Turtle Boy video that I want to show you. So don't go anywhere. She turned her back to the gurney. What does that indicate to you? Tell me. It was her dear friend who had passed. Why wasn't she throwing herself on top of him, hugging him, crying?
Did you not? We can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
A man passed out
Yes.
in the snow.
You didn't say, this is my friend.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow.
Takes
I
the
was going
same
to give
amount
them
of
the
time.
information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his
A man, my friend. Same amount of syllables.
name?
I just said a man because that was
You-
the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help
None
there.
of that matters.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you
None-
think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact
Excellent.
answers.
But it
Roll
was
tape.
basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals.
Roll tape.
We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Kerry Roberts knew CPR?
Wasn't
correct?
I didn't
asked.
know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
No.
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road
Oh, this is good.
who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Wow.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew
Our
that Brian
focus.
Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I
And the-
felt like that was more important.
Mhm.
And 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I?
You don't know CPR. She's really trying to tell her story to the jury. Look how hard she's trying. She's clinging to life right now.
And 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And
She
you
was
could've
not.
walked-
She was not walking over to him because the audio is picked up on Karen's cell phone, which was dropped in the back seat of the car. She's standing outside by the tailgate, and you can hear what she's saying to her sister. Something like, "Is anybody going to come out here and help me?" Or "Nobody's coming to help," or "They're coming to help." Was not walking towards the body. Play that tape, AJ.
25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They
correct?
were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
She wasn't
And she
walking
didn't
over.
answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
She always tries
Okay.
to stop
Let's
him
talk
at an
about that real quick.
important
Sure.
She
part.
didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the
Right.
front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
How do you
weren't
know?
worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
Did you find the taillight?
All right, Jerry.
Did you see any
luncheon
taillight?
break,
Wow.
let's take-
I mean, that was fire. That is how it's done, my friends.
And how long?
I would listen to that part again, except for we have some breaking news, and it appears that perhaps, just perhaps, Nicole Albert has flipped. Here's what Turtle Boy posted 4 hours ago. Don't go anywhere because you're going to want to see this video. It's about 14 minutes long. Hang on. This is from his Facebook. Thank you, whoever sent this to me. Let me give you some credit. Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. She did. Here it is. Hot off the press.
Yo, good morning.
Zayden Carney.
What's up,
aka
peeps?
Turtle Boy. I think he has his son this week. That's why he's not in
Good
court.
morning.
She just said cracked taillight again. Yep. Karen has been vindicated, people are saying, but I don't know. Sue O'Connell apparently said the jury was riveted.
Hello.
Turtle Boy is the one who has been reporting on this case since April 2023. He has hundreds of
What's up,
articles.
guys?
You should win a Pulitzer, if you ask me.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy Friday it is, Friday. This is the Bus Stop Live check-in. I'm so glad to be back on Facebook for now. We'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah, they took his Facebook.
They took it away like a week ago, but then we got it back somehow. So good to be back for now. We'll see. I mean, it's been like, I think there's almost like 10,000 followers on this account. That was quick. See, it's like, what do they think they're doing by trying to, you take me down, like, oh, that'll shut them up. No, just start a new one. I'll be back. You act like I've never been through censorship before. Like, read about me, ask around. Not my first rodeo, my dude. I'm used to getting by censorship. Anyway, yeah, they're like mass reporting me and bragging about it on Twitter. Like, they have no life. This is all they have. Is just trying to silence me because they can't stand how effective that my reporting has been in this. But anyway, yeah, Jennifer, I like weather like this. So it's going to be nice today. It's going to be like 78 degrees, I saw. That's pretty cool. It's going to be 80-something tomorrow. I had a good time last night at the fundraiser in Peabody. It was lovely at the Toscana Forno. A couple hundred people came. It was great. Took a lot of pictures. Turtle Boy Jr. was there today. He was with me. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. He just sits on his iPad and has a good time. And then we get out of there. I told him we'd get ice cream. But anyway, guys, I was going to go to court today, but then I decided not to because I was going to drive in right now because I can't sit in for Jennifer McCabe's testimony, but I just don't know how long she's going to go. Like, it could be all day. It's just not worth driving in if I have to she's there all day and I just sit downstairs like a chump. I'm on the media list for this week. It's my last day on the media list. I did not make it next week.
Is it a joke? Is he joking about Nicole Albert flipping, or is it a joke? Because I don't want to play this 15 minutes. All right, it's a joke. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's talking about it in the chat, Aiden, so I'm like, I got to play it. All right, so now we're not going to play it. Thank you. Guys, go follow him later. Go watch it later. He was joking. He doesn't need any more troubles. However, we do have another new video to watch this morning, or this afternoon, or whatever the hell time it is right now. 1:16. We'll see what time they're coming back. There's a new How Dare You remix that has me in it by Derek Carney. Let's take a look at this. And then I'll come back and answer some questions. I want to quickly go fill my drink up, and you should do that as well. This is Flossie Magogetta on YouTube, aka Derek Carney, Carney, not to be confused with Aiden Carney. And this is the How Dare You McAlbert's Get a Clue remix that he just dropped.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, I did it. That's not why I did it.
Straight. Get it together. Won't find a fingerprint. How dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit. How dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence. How dare you? How dare you? But the truth falls. I'm innocent. They planted everything. How dare you? No accusations are not based in reality. And I deserve much better than you're treating me. When you die, you will see what a monster you've been to me. MSP and RTBEV, get a PD, the Commonwealth Agreement, and Lally, I should be free. They said angels like Turtle Boy and Melanie, AJ and Yannetti, Elizabeth and Elsie, Auntie Dub is so funny, Microdance illustrated is so clearly, Jamaica orchestrated, making me the patsy, the rest fell in line to railroad me. It's obvious, it's a conspiracy. Can't you see? Can't you see? It's a travesty what they're doing to me.
I don't belong here, but I won't fear. I won't back down. I won't shed a tear.
I'm innocent. How dare you? How dare you? I believe in justice. Fight the good fight. Just believe in me. Stand up for what's right. I'm innocent. How dare you? You saw the motorist at the front door. You hurried downstairs, killed the motorist with a blow on the head. Like that! That's why you killed him.
Yes. Yes, I did it. I killed. I hated so much. It flames on the side of my face, breathing, breath. Don't you think we should get that man out of the house? We had had a very humiliating public confrontation. He was deranged. He was lunatic. He didn't actually seem to like me very much. He had threatened to kill me in public. Why would he want to kill you in public?
I think she meant he threatened in public to kill her.
And under cover of darkness, got to the library where she hit the cop whom she'd been bribing on the head with a lead pipe. True or false?
True. Who are you? Perry Mason.
All right. Shout out to Derek Carney on the new video. I don't know. I think something might be up with my volume. Oops. Let's go to some more questions and then we'll take another short break before we come back. I'm going to put my volume back to auto, so we may need to adjust yours because this is how loud I'm going to be now until we have to go back to court and have to lower it to go with the court volume. Tons of questions, tons and tons and tons of questions. Let's take a look, including this one, which we just looked at. Thank you. Gina Hill, will the video of Karen hitting John's car going to come into evidence? Yep, it will. This won't be the proper witness for that because she wasn't there, and it'll be brought in under someone else's testimony or through someone else's testimony. Thank you very much, Gina Hill, for that. K-Cat said, I rewatched Jen's 1.0 testimony. Bev allowed way more of AJ's questions to be answered. Now she seems to be protecting her, and I'm really wondering why. You are not alone. You're not alone. Thank you, Cupcakes on Mass. Support Karen Reed. Oh, great username. Everyone, please smash the like. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get to the 100K play button. It's free. It's free for you guys to smash it. Doesn't cost you anything. Emily says, if Proctor wanted to pin it on the girl, why did he leave it out of his report? Great point. Great point. I guess he thought that the Proctor taillight found on the lawn at 34 Fairview was going to be enough, right? And I guess because he was trying to be a little bit accurate in his report writing by really writing down exactly what Jen McCabe told him. But she's claiming that's not what she told him. But yeah, hopefully the jury can see right through that. Kelly says Proctor's whole case revolved around those pieces of broken taillight. Yep. So purposely not putting in Jen McCabe's statement notes just makes no sense. Right. Because she didn't say it. Exactly. Let's do the timeline again. I think these are part of Turtle Boy's case. He said they have lots of texts for her and Kerry. I don't know, because the texts we listened to earlier were the group text messages and some other text messages between Jen and Nicole. Shisha. Peter said yesterday, talking about her, that Bev is way out of line for saying things in front of the jury all the time. She infuriates me. She does. Like-minded spirits. Rewind to just before the camera panned away from Jen, the process in the punishment. I don't know where that was. You sent that at 9:54 and I couldn't really stop and rewind at that time. So I'm not sure what time you're talking about. Do you think these sidebars happen when AJ is on a certain topic? This has to stop. It's been pointed out that it seems like a lot of things. She just calls a sidebar sometimes without even an objection, which is really weird because she's just doing it on a whim, sua sponte. And so that's weird. Maybe not a certain topic. I don't know. A lot of people are trying to point out that they think there's signals going on in the courtroom. We read some tweets from a retired Massachusetts judge this morning who thinks that so many of the things that are going on in this case are completely improper by the judge. And she too is a retired judge. Her name's Carol Erskine, Erskine on Twitter. She's speaking out. She sounds like she's kind of outraged about the way this judge is behaving. So I haven't seen anything recently from her. Thank you, Courtney. Carry by Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show should be on the playlist. Thank you very much. Lots of people need Kerry Roberts to carry them through all of this mess. Gigi, thank you for your super super chat comment. Lies run sprints. The truth runs marathons. Well done. That's right. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked is reminding us Garino did not do Jen McCabe's extraction of her phone. He told us that several times. He's been on the stand, I think, at least twice, 2 or 3 times, because he needs to come in and read the text messages because the judge denied the Commonwealth's request for a reader. So Garino has been on the stand a couple times, but he's not been crossed yet. They're saving that spiciness for later. More deleted texts. Yep. Julie says, I hope Proctor flips on the stand. Draven says, thoughts on will the judge let defense tell the jury that ARCA was hired independently, not by the defense or Karen? Don't know yet. True Crime Junkie, supervisor at insurance company. Oh, you are. Most insurance companies are pay and pursue. I don't know what that means. Are you saying pay and do subrogation? I don't think in a case like this, they're paying on a wrongful death claim, in my opinion. In New York, 30 years in as a plaintiff's attorney, carriers don't like to pay. There are certain carriers who really don't like to pay. I don't know what carrier you work at. Some are better than others. Allstate really hates to pay. You are not in good hands with Allstate. Well, maybe you are, but if you have a claim against an Allstate policy, they never want to pay you. Like they take forever. They don't like to settle. Chris says, while the storyteller speaks. Yep. Another Grateful Dead quote. Michelle, why a federal grand jury and what was the decision? We don't know. The federal grand jury was convened and many of the witnesses in the Karen Reed case were called in to testify about things they did and said and who they told what to during the investigation. No indictments have been handed down yet, and we don't know if the feds are still investigating, if it's ongoing. What we do know is no indictments have resulted from that federal grand jury yet. Thank you for your question. Mary says, shouldn't that admonishment be made about every electronic text now? Yes, when they're entered into evidence. Sometimes they're just marked as exhibits. And so I don't remember exactly who those test messages were between at the time, because if they were between John and Jen, it is because John is no longer among the living, and that would be why that admonishment was made at that time, but I can't really recall because my brain is mushy. Okay. Court TV has a poll up, 7,903 votes. What do you think of Alan Jackson's cross-examination of Jen McCabe? Great. 73% think it's great. 16% think it's okay. 6% say meh. And only 5% say no good. So that's interesting to me because Court TV's viewers, they've got about as many viewers as we have watching. The trolls find it and they all think that Karen Reed should be stoned to death before she's hung in the town square. So there's that. This has the stop says, can the defense use a PI during the trial to follow a certain witness? Yeah, they can do that. They can't follow jurors around, but private eyes are watching you. That's also on the playlist. Madam Roz says, Jen says, thank you, like Kira Sedgwick in Closer. On the talk show, Kira confirmed that thank you, as pronounced by Kira, really meant F you. Oh, thank you, Madam Roz. Proctor's dishonorable discharge coming in with the Shakespearean quote of the day. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. From Macbeth, Jen McCabe's Cross. Thank you. Matt Lapo, it's so funny that these law enforcement officers are so stupid to think that they could get away with all this texting. If they wanted to cover up, they wouldn't text so much. Duh. Yeah, but then they said, don't text about it. We'll learn more tomorrow. And then she goes to Lank's house tomorrow, but she never went in except to go to the bathroom. I don't know. I think the cross was amazing today. I think so many more things were pointed out to the worldwide audience who's not as familiar with this case as many of you are and as I am. And I think it was methodical, as well done. The order in which he impeached her with certain lies and testimony, I think is great. And did he finish the cross? Because it wasn't really clear to me whether he was done or not. He said one more question, and I don't know if he meant just one more question before the break or if he was finished. It kind of led me to believe that perhaps he had more. I don't think he's finished with her yet, right? There's still some more topics to get to. Is Brennan going to be able to rehab her on redirect? The cross is much better than yesterday, people are saying. I don't think he's done. Yeah, play it, AJ. Good. Thank you, Urine Buchanan, for gifting another 5 memberships. You're awesome. Lunchbox Lally and Happy Meal Hank says, why weren't these read out loud last trial? That's a great question. It's a great question. Those group text messages are ones that came from the federal document dump. The feds dumped 3,074 pages on the defense, on the prosecution, in this case, before the first trial. And during a conference call with both attorneys, Josh Levy, who at the time was the acting U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, said to them both, in good conscience, I cannot allow this case to go to trial. Here's all this information. Those group texts were part of that information. Why didn't they read them all? Last time, they read a bunch of them. Matt McCabe did. There were some of them that they did not read. I don't know if they've received a further production from the feds or if they just didn't. They just didn't. Lily the good dog, Jen, show us the first text where Officer John O'Keefe has a name and you feel grief or loss, right? There were no texts in there where the family doesn't come across as cold and nefarious. Yeah, you're right, Lola. Becky says, I bet Judge Cannoni wished she recused herself from the case, right? And if anyone in the court or in the world can't see that this is a big fat old conspiracy, she had the opportunity to recuse herself. She didn't do it. She ruled on that own motion herself before the first trial. And Gladys Kravitz, that is excellent to know that Karen was arrested at 7:40 p.m. So even more suspect that they were already discussing her pleading out earlier in the day. That's right. If she pleads out, this will go away. If she doesn't, it's going to be an episode, I think was the exact quote. I have it written down somewhere in the notes that I just can't even read right now because they're chicken scratch. Thank you, Gladys Kravitz. Marilyn, can or should the defense bring up the fact that the McAlberts were drunk too? Well, I think it's been brought out. Like everyone was hammered. Higgins was hammered. If I were a juror, I believe that would make an impact. Don't think it was in the first trial. I mean, she's the only one who's on trial for drunk driving. So, or actually, it's not even. There's no standalone drunk driving charge. Just so you're clear, it is manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol. And so, I mean, people say that, but like it doesn't really matter, except when it comes to their recollection. Like you're going to find out that Julie Nagel, who says she saw a blob on the lawn, was hammered. Higgins didn't want to stay because there wasn't enough JMO. I mean, that kind of stuff is going to come up. But as far as them drinking and driving, I don't think that stuff's not going to come up. Okay, here's some songs for the playlist. Thank you very much, JBG. Thank you, Nuttles Selective Memory, for asking for a Miranda Lambert song, White Liar. I've never heard an instruction about text messages in my life before. WTH says Mandy Stone. Thank you for tuning in from South Africa. It happens. It happens. There are oftentimes instructions about messages. We've seen it in other cases, and I think we've seen it in this trial too, even like in the first trial. Lisa says, anyone notice not once in those messages do they mourn Officer John O'Keefe or express sadness for his death? No, they don't. Charles Argo, also from South Africa, says, when was that group text chat started and by whom? Who knows? It could have been going on for, like years before the murder of John O'Keefe, but the only relevant messages that were read into the record were from January 29th and after. Thank you, Charles. Anton, time to blame Father Time, yet time is just drifting. Wouldn't Brian Albert have had a scanner? Great question, Penelope Jones. I don't know the answer to that. GMS says she picked up Nicole to go to Lank's in the evening. That's what people think. She testified at the first trial. She did not go to 34 Fairview. Now, all of a sudden, she remembers her and Kerry went there and they just sat outside for 3 to 4 minutes, or 4 to 6 minutes, I think it was. She also went home after going to the O'Keefe's before going to Lank's. So all of that testimony is now very shady, and my dog stepped on a bee, said Mims Chaos. Gladys said, whoa, was that when Cert was there? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about the text messages? I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, some of these text messages were from the afternoon. Cert team got there like what time? 5:40? And the date of these messages was February 1st. So different time, different day, different day. Scott, thank you. Bumblebee, thank you so very much for your super sticker. Shannon said, not sure I understand Lady Macbeth. Did she say that the jury can't use the texts in deliberation? If they're entered into evidence, they can bring them in. She said, I can't remember her exact instruction right now. I'm going to have to go back to it. Elle says she'll say the date is wrong. AJ, just like the date is wrong that you didn't Google 227 Hoslong to die. End cross. Well done. Jen looks pale. Whiter shade of pale. Thank you, GMS. Canoni's disproportionate disdain. Defense is no ducks given and guns blazing to prove the truth. They're going to show all that's dirty and hidden. The house of lies is going to crumble. Free Karen. It's all coming back to me now. Yep. Can you answer that? I can't. But that is what the judge keeps asking the witnesses. Can you answer that? Can you answer that? Reasonable doubt I'm allowed. It says, I'm a bit behind. Perhaps Jen and Kerry were sprinkling some red pieces of plastic on that slow drive by 34 Fairview that Jen forgot about. Just saying. Thanks for your 10. Here's Amy in Arizona coming in again. She says, I didn't know anything about Jen McCabe until I started watching your channel. So that is just for this trial, right? And you say, Amy says, she was credible on day one, but her selective memory is memorable. So there you go. New viewer, new to this trial, never heard of or seen Jen McCabe testify ever before. And she's getting the idea, Amy in Arizona, that Jen McCabe may be a liar. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? I make my living off the evening news. Just give me something I can use. Yep, dirty laundry, Don Henley. Thank you. CLK is surmising, I bet that opens the door on redirect about harassment. That's why Hank is okay with the report coming in. We'll see. Neil Diamond's Love on the Rocks. Thank you, Passionarda. Melanie's Anger Cupid. I appreciate you. Love a little Neil Diamond all the time. Miss Sallyport. Did Kerry say that she and Jen both had kids in the car at Lank's? Yeah, there's conflicting stories. Chap brought up, how did Mrs. Lank fit in the car? Yeah, we said that. Jennifer McCabe now says she only had one of her daughters with her and they left her at the O'Keefe's because, they didn't have enough to deal with, that they needed another kid over there. And Kerry also said that her son, I think, was with them and that they dropped her daughter off at Lank's. But now we find out from the location data, they actually went to Jen McCabe's house. Make it make sense. We can't. That's just more reasonable doubt. That's what it is. More reasonable doubt. Sabina, how do lawyers not lose their minds in court when they have judges like this? It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. And, you're on a worldwide stage. You're on television in front of a worldwide audience. You have to try and keep your cool, but it's difficult. I'm way happier to be sitting here talking to you than I would be trying this case in that courtroom with that judge. On Wednesday, you were Texas Prime. On Wednesday, you were wearing a purplish top that was beautiful. Could you share what you bought? Oh, it's vintage. It's like vintage. I got it from like a cool hippie boutique like a long time ago. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Oh, you would love a makeup and clothing stream? All right. If enough people are interested in it, I say we do it. Some days on the off days, we need something else to focus on, or we're just gonna go insane and never sleep thinking about this case all the time, right? I think you know what I'm talking about. The exception says, I think back to Karen's voicemails calling him names and then think about her calling him back to back like that. Was there something going on between them? Well, the text messages from the entire day sort of bear that out. We know that Karen was known, or her friends called her, well, they haven't testified about it yet, a glorified babysitter. She thought John was using her. John was mean to her all day, didn't want to talk about their problems or issues, kept rejecting her calls. And then all of a sudden, he was mad about her spoiling the daughter and bringing her to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning. All of a sudden, he wants her to come out when he tells her he needs a ride home. I'm relying on you for a ride. And then he's begging her to come. He's acting jealous about the plumber. And then she's ignoring him when he goes into 34. The idea was he was going to go in there and make sure it was cool for them to go in or her to go in, because she's like, we don't really know these people. I don't really want to go in there. She also had stomach issues. She didn't want to go in. And so hell hath no fury like a woman ignored. She had been drinking. She admits to it. Maybe she went home and she was drinking more, ramping up and ramping up. Many of us have left nasty voice messages that we wish that we could take back. But that's just what I think was going on. She was angry about being ignored. And she thought maybe he was cheating on her. And messages were ramping up and ramping up. Coach Hank, thanks, LJ. I'd rather have a shark than Jen as a friend, says Becky. Thank you, Chastity Danielle, for gifting a membership. Farmer Whitehair, Melanie, would you have taken on this case? You mean as a prosecutor or as a defense attorney? I'm neither. I'm a plaintiff's attorney. I, among many other things, took on the Catholic Church for many, many victims of clergy sex abuse. And so I'm not a criminal defense attorney. There are many prosecutors that I do know who have said I never would have went forward with this prosecution, including Mark Betterow. But as a defense attorney, if you have a paying client, you're going to take it. Now, her attorneys believe so fiercely in her innocence that they have agreed to continue working for free. She's over $5 million in debt to her attorneys. They've said that they're working for free. Oh, you found me on duty, Ron. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Outraged in Canton. How about already gone the Eagles? Thank you. Thank you for thanking me. And your whole family is watching. Hello to your whole family of Outraged in Canton. Thank you so much for the 20. Kelly says, if Proctor decides to spill the beans on these people, can he get protection from the defense? They feel he will only do it if he knows for sure he won't be sent up the river. I mean, he could be offered immunity. That's always a possibility, right? In exchange for testimony. But I don't know if that's been done. Kelly points out that unanswered butt dials leave long pocket muffled voice messages. They don't hang up themselves. I've had plenty of them. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Thank you, Nightclubs, for your info about that video. But Aiden has told us that it was a joke. It was a joke. Don't take it seriously. Okay. We have a lot of super chats here that I'm going to have to. 911 was in the house. Correct. Then I'm going to have to come to when we come back, because I need to go fill up my iced coffee. And Court TV says that they are coming back at 2:00. So everyone go fill up your drinks. It's 1:44. I'm going to have Paris Ray and the Crush take us into the break. If you were here the other day, you know Paris Ray and the Crush. One of my kids is in the band. They have a new release today. First, we're going to watch the Tiny Desk Contest video and then the new video. Go subscribe to Paris Ray and the Crush, please, on all social media. And just let me put this so that something. You want to hear the new song first, or you do want to hear the song from the other day? Big Bang, because that's the one that's stuck in my head. So let's go to that one, and then we're going to come back and listen to their new dropping from today. And I want you all to go over there and subscribe to them on the YouTubes, Paris Ray and the Crush. Give them all the likes and all the subs. You guys got their sub number up the other day because you're amazing. Let's listen to this one first. It's called Big Bang. It reminds me of this case.
New York had an earthquake, a whopping 4.8 on magnitude. Just fault lines and friction, but it got me thinking how I didn't know what to do. This lack of preparedness is making me anxious, so what else is new? A solar eclipse or the apocalypse, and I still wouldn't turn on the news, 'cause cancer, just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with There's wildfires in the north and they turn the sky orange. The whole thing looks like something from a movie. Felt like we were doomed. We just all carried on with our lives. Not sure what to do when you're feeling like Truman and nothing feels real. Don't know what it says, it bracing for the end is the most human I ever feel. 'Cause cancer, or just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with
I mean, some talent right there, right? That was for the Tiny Desk contest. Oops. Let me get back to this. Oops. Hang on. All right. New song drop today. They did a tiny video. They're working on the full video, but check this out because I just think it's so cool. And then I'll just play the song for you guys while we finish our break. There's a lyric video out, but not the full music video, but check this out.
I spend more time in my car than I do in my bed. Less time in my body than I do in my head. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I spend more time on my phone phone than I do in my art. I listen more to the assholes than I do to my heart. Oh, something's gotta give you soon. Hope I'm not sounding unrealistic. Isn't there some rule with statistics saying eventually my luck is gonna change? Something's gotta give real soon. Baby, aren't you feeling this too? There's something in the air and it's new. And I knew it was coming. No chance I'm letting this go to waste. I'm seizing the fuck out of this day, so I can look back and say I knew I was something. Oh, something's gotta give real soon.
Awesome, right? Okay, so everyone go download this on Spotify. The new song. Hold on. I was going to play the lyric for you too. Hold on. I screwed it up. Okay, it's called Something's Gotta Give. Something's Gotta Give on Spotify. Let's get them like a whole bunch of streams this week, okay? That would be so amazing, right? One of my kids is in this band. I didn't tell you which one or which one it is. So please go subscribe to them on YouTube. Look, I have a platform. I'm going to help my kids out, right? Of course. And I, of course, am the coolest mom, number one. And number two, have instilled the love of music in my children. And I couldn't love this anymore for them. So here we go. Paris Ray and the Crush. This is called Something's Gotta Give. It dropped today on Spotify. Let's make them one of the top streams of the week. I know you guys can do it because you guys can do anything.
Time in my car, then I do in my bed. Less time in my body than I do in my head. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I spend more time on my phone than I do in my art. I listen more to the assholes than I do to my heart. Oh, something's gotta give you soon. Hope I'm not sounding unrealistic. Isn't there some rule with statistics saying eventually my luck is gonna change? Something's gotta give real soon. Baby, aren't you feeling this too? There's something in the air and it's new. And I knew it was coming. No chance I'm letting this go to waste. I'm seizing the fuck out of this day, so I can look back and say I knew I was something. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I tell myself to be grateful more than to be great. If I spend all my time comparing, there's no time to create. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I spend more time on my past than I do on the present. Now the present has passed. Okay, I learned my lesson. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. Hope I'm not sounding unrealistic. Isn't there some rule with statistics saying eventually my luck is gonna change? Something's gotta give real soon. Baby, aren't you feeling this too? There's something in the air and it's new. And I knew it was coming. No chance I'm letting this go to waste. I'm seizing the fuck out of this day, so I can look back and say I knew I was something. Something's gotta give real soon. Can't stay this way forever. Shit's gonna change for the better. Can't stay this way forever. Shit's gonna change for the better. Something's gotta give real soon. Baby, aren't you feeling this too? I feel it in the air and it's new. And I knew it was coming. No chance I'm letting this go to waste.
And for my Long Island friends, they will be headlining the Montauk Music Festival, which is a really, really, really good time. It's a really good time. I put the link to their channel in the chat, and you guys are awesome. You're awesome. One of the songs is on the playlist. The Big Bang song is on. This one just dropped today, so I haven't even had an opportunity. So thank you guys for all of your help. And what I love about this music is that it spans all generations. You know, they're in their 20s and 30s, and there are people in their 60s that you guys have said that you like it. Great idea. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked. Let's all donate $22.70 to Karen Reed's Defense Fund on behalf of Jen McCabe. Right? That would be great if you would like to do that. The link is down below in the show notes. The Defense Fund is up to $922,000, 366. Way to go, supporters. They're supposed to come back at 2, but you know, they like to come back late from lunch, so I'll put it up just so we have it ready to go. Thanks, you guys, for subscribing. I appreciate you. Here's what Random Thoughts has to say. In my opinion, the feds are waiting for Michael Proctor's testimony to see if he will take a plea deal and flip. Maybe. Maybe it's already been done. Maybe it's in the works. So many things could be happening that we don't know about. And we're here for every minute of it because we ain't got no quit. I can't stop talking about this. I can't stop talking about it. Do any of you in the chat, maybe you're new to this case or whatever, or maybe you're not, but thank God my family just started like getting involved. Oh, I love you too, honey. Because if I didn't have people in my family to talk to about this case, I would go insane. So thank you to my sister. If you're watching, we talk about it all the time. And then after I'm on the air for 9 hours, sometimes she's in a different time. So sometimes she calls me and I just have to text her back. Listen, I've been talking for 9 hours. Like I cannot talk about it anymore than what went on today because everyone is riveted to this case. And if you have no one else to talk about it, you have now found your people. Here we are. We're here. We're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore. And my Massachusetts friends, you've been mad as hell for decades. And finally, the world is watching what's going on in your county. Nina says, AJ really has to point out the connection update tomorrow and Jen going to Lank the next day. And why not just ask the EMT about hypothermia? Right. Well, one of the EMTs said, was it Nuttall, that Karen did ask him or Whitley, and he started telling her stories about people who survived from hypothermia. But if she asked her to Google hypothermia, why wouldn't she just Google hypothermia? Why would she take the time to Google how long to die in cold? Spell it wrong once, and then coincidentally spell it the proper way. Spell it the proper way when she went back to spell it the second time, because maybe she knew that at 2:27 a.m. she misspelled it. Her husband works in IT. Okay. She might not know how to delete a Google search, but out of the 4,560 Google searches on her phone, we found out maybe there were a couple more that came up as deleted records, but one of the maybe handful of searches that she ever deleted in her entire life was the 2:27 a.m. Haas long to die in cold search. So ask yourselves why. Paulette in Boston. I was a bodily injury adjuster for 25 years. Karen probably has high policy limits to protect her assets. Yes, she worked in finance. She made a lot of money. She might have like $1 million and then $1 million umbrella. She could have a 500 or 250, 500 policy with $1 million umbrella. Her insurance company would have done an investigation to determine if any exposure, wonder if this was done. No, it wasn't done because it was never reported as a car accident. No crash was ever done. And maybe that's why they didn't fill out a crash report, because they did not want the insurance company coming in and investigating it, because you guys do great investigations. You know it. You know it. Polly Pocket's power trip. Oh, you're getting through brain surgery? Oh, everyone, good healing vibes, all the healing vibes up for Polly Pocket's power trip. You had brain surgery and we're helping you get through it. Kept Karen in your prayers. Prayers up for you. And I'm glad that we can be here to try and entertain you. And I'm so sorry that about your brain surgery, but I hope you're on the road to recovery and a swift one. Melanie's mushy brain is here. Did I say that this morning? Is Sergeant Lank's wife on the witness list? No, she's not. She's not. Heather Horn, the logical song, Super Champ. Thank you very much, Heather, for your $10 and for your suggestion for the playlist. Charles says, I donated to the Karen Reed Fund, but I had to use my VPN to access the website. Yes, you're in South Africa, from what I can see, and I think it is difficult you're out of the country. I don't know. I can't help you there. Your membership to subscriber ratio must be super high. Well done. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Gail, hey, Melanie, tuned in from sunny UK. A shout out to my granddaughter, Evie May. Hi, Evie May. And hubby, Aid. I've recruited them at last. Oh, see, just like I was just talking about, like you need people to be able to talk about this case with, because otherwise you will go insane. I've recruited them at last. That's wonderful. Thank you, Gail Taylor. Tuning in from all the way across the pond. Zombie by Cranberries in my head, Neurospacey says. Yep. Kiss the Cactus is here. Says, first time seeing this case. Poor Karen and John. Yeah. Will there ever be justice for John O'Keefe? Will the people who may have been responsible for this murder or accident, it could have been an accident, ever be brought to justice? Will justice ever really happen for John O'Keefe? Because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And a car did not hit John O'Keefe because physics and injuries and common sense and the pretzel that the Commonwealth is trying to twist themselves into to try and make the evidence fit is mind-numbing. And I'm glad that you're here. Kiss the Cactus. Welcome. Summer Sandy said a rumor a juror didn't like Paul glaring at Karen. That's from yesterday, right? Or Wednesday, when they made him change his seat and they had that secret meeting in the morning with all the attorneys and the court. Yeah, I've heard that rumor too. I can't confirm or deny because I just don't know. Proctor can come out a hero here by flipping, says Ipsy Dixit. Hey, JJ McAlbert, how's you feeling now, says Big Hoss. Please tell your kid I love their music, says Paris Ray and the Crush fan. Oh, look, Paris, but it's Paris Ray and the Crush. Oh, but you're calling it Paris Ray and the Crash fan? Look at somebody already changed their username. Thank you, I will. And look, I've highlighted it so they can see it because I think they're in the chat. Still, this has to stop. Both songs are out. I just downloaded them. Oh, thank you. I'm so grateful as well to have people to talk. Well, Scream and Swear is more like it. Another great song is Lemonade, which is so interesting also from Paris Ray and the Crush because we talked about Motions and Lemonade. And they're a new band. They've only been out for, I don't know, maybe a year. And their first album is coming out real soon. So we're here to help. God save us from the Commonwealth because we're coming back now. Well.
All right, so counsel's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me.
Okay, that's ex parte.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Reed's not here.
Calling out these people for being 10 minutes late. Calling out the defense team for being 10 minutes late. Oh, the sighs. We have a sigh emoji, folks, too. The sighs. Reed's bite is bigger than Chloe's. Have you watched the new documentary called Sugarcane? No, I haven't. It's about the Catholic Church and abuse of children in indigenous communities. You thought of me when you watched it? Those poor children. I haven't seen it. What's it on? I'll look it up. I'll just IMDb it. Thank you, Heather, for thanking me. I do not know what Ronnie thought of Jen. Has he done an interview?
So counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
Ronnie was a juror at the
something to
last
be done in open court. Go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding two of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right. So I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
Oh.
That's a new one. The other
In
one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
You
Okay.
screwed
The
up,
ones
Brennan.
we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15. There's an objection to them. All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not really objective element, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's,
Somebody give Liza a mic, please.
13 and clip 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen-
then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay.
doctrine of conflict.
I haven't seen.
I'm sorry, what?
All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Better for Pope. Says Proctor already got fired. Why would he flip? I don't know. To prevent himself from perhaps going to jail if he did, in fact, cover up evidence, withhold evidence, things that could, as such, be state and federal crimes. He would flip, perhaps to prevent himself from being thrown into either the state prison or club fed. Take your pick, right? I mean, that's just one idea. Maybe try and get his name back, try and become a hero again. Better for Pope. Those in the chat chime in. Why do you think Bettero might flip? Bettero's not flipping. Bettero's not in trouble. Bettero's not trouble. He's not in trouble. So obviously my kid is in the band. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If Lion Eyes could speak, she would be in deep doo-doo. And Lord, what would the eyes of the window to her soul would divulge? She's a piece of work, says Vi Craven. Eyes of the world. Wake up to find out that you are the eyes of the world. You, my friends, are the eyes of the world. You are here. You are all over the world. That is another Grateful Dead song. And you're watching. The eyes of the world are watching under her eye, which is a Handmaid's Tale reference. And that is what I say about this judge. It's under her eye. Everything's under her eye. Has anybody caught up yet? I don't want to put any spoilers in the chat, but if you haven't seen the latest episode of Handmaid's Tale, it's a good one. Third sidebar, the jury is not there. And jury's not here. Yes, Lola the good dog. Remember how Proctor wished that Karen Reed would kill herself? I'm sure that the McCabes and Alberts now feel the same way about him. Well, I don't know about that. Is anyone boots on the ground in the courthouse? Have you seen Kevin? Is that Kevin Reddington? No, it's not. Sorry. That I think is the head of the court officers in the suit and tie. Can't be sure, but Kevin Reddington is a famous lawyer, defense attorney in the Boston area. And he represented Dr. Turk. He also represented Jennifer McCabe during the Rule 17 motions to get her Google search records and her phone records. And I don't know. Dee said, I think AJ saw the Bettero podcast because they said AJ needs to ask, do you deny saying X? It's so effective and such a great change from Wednesday, less clunky. I don't know that Alan Jackson has had time to watch anybody's content when he is knee deep, neck deep, eyes deep in trial prep. But I know that Alan Jackson knows how to do it. And I would never sit here and try and Monday morning quarterback his lawyering. He's one of the best in the country. He knows how to do it. It just took a little time to get there. Team Wicked Smart says, I think AJ failed to mention the detail that Karen was waiting to see if they were welcome inside the house and thought he ghosted her. Yes, that's going to come out. It'll come out. The messages have not been played yet, right? I think one of the voicemail messages might have been played in Hank's opening, but they haven't been authenticated and brought in. I do not see Mrs. O'Keefe anymore in the courtroom. This has to stop, says AG did awesome today. Hank can't help her, so he will keep it brief. Yes or no answers until his cues to her to explain more. Yes, right. Ask the leading question, have it objected to. The answer's in the question. Sandy says, off topic, I have blouse envy, always beautiful. I buy so many blouses from Zara, and they're like literally like $45. They have an amazing blouse collection because I like the shiny satin ones. I buy in bulk from Zara. So there you go. Pro tip. Thank you, Sandy, for hanging out with me for 5 months. Okay. Turn your sound back on. Coming up is Hank Brennan's redirect of Jennifer McCabe. He wants to show some clips, but apparently defense is objecting to some clips. And then he said something like, well, I'm going to object to their clips because she's not allowed to just play self-serving statements that make her look good that she made to the media. So we'll see what the judge has to say about that in due time. Yes, I did put Let's Do the Time Warp again on the playlist. It is over 9 hours of music now. I'm behind. If I'm behind, then so is Boston 10 because that's what I'm watching it on.
I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this.
Oh, she just told the jury, I'm sorry. Nobody intended to waste your time like this. Thank you for telling me I was a couple seconds behind.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when
comes
you
the
left
weather.
at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember?
Okay, so apparently AJ is done with his cross. However, everything is going to be tied together for the jury in closing, so don't worry so much about that. This witness is very difficult. She's obstinate. You can't get her to answer a freaking question. At some point, you have to let it go, and he has an opportunity to recross, so keep that in mind.
Remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody?
Nobody else came out, so why would Brian Albert come out? That's what he's trying to get at. Really, a first responder? I don't know. Tell me, you guys, retired FDNY, NYPD, all my friends in the chat, law enforcement, do you sleep lightly, or you wouldn't hear or wake up with all of the screaming going on outside your bedroom window? Aren't you always on alert? And aren't the Chungs on the witness list? And aren't they the Asian house? We didn't hear those texts from Matt McCabe yet. It's not the same thing. Of course it's not. They were all afraid. I bet they were curtain twitching.
Anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
To assist.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John. And
Help. It's the through
as fast as
line.
I could.
Help.
You saw on the dash
Support.
cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
Except for when the FBI ambushed me outside my car and I lied about who I was. And then I lied to the FBI and I called 5 people. And between the 10 minutes that they told me that I could brush my teeth and get ready, and I called 5 people and, except for that time. And then I cut the interview short because, I didn't want to talk to them.
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
The form.
Did you
Including
ever
the
hold
FBI?
anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying?
All the
from
cops
your own
were
memory?
wrong.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was
Oh,
your
now
state
the
of mind at
judge is
that
going to
time?
ask the question. How about
I
what
was
you
re-
do, judge, is you make the attorney rephrase the question and ask it. You don't get to ask the witness questions. Her behavior is really starting to make my head pop off again today. That's not how it's done. Now the judge is asking her a question. And here we are again.
Your mind.
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you
Was she? Do we know if she was even
made a
wearing the Apple
search
Watch?
for how long to die in the cold, or
This is
how
so
long
improper.
to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to speculate about
You
Paul
were
and
asked questions about
Paul's marital
the
problems,
next
but
day when you
he's in the back row
visited-
because they moved him there because apparently he was staring at the jury and Karen, and I guess maybe somebody complained. I'm not really sure.
the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do. Yes.
You went with who?
With Kerry and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
You weren't avoiding them?
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you
She
were
hasn't seen the
asked about
records.
that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all confused. Every time he opens his mouth, we're confused. Life of Deshai says Bev mixed her up with Karen. Jen will be in Karen's seat.
Okay. You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
Offered under oath? How about testified?
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house
Yes,
and you were
No.
at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
In the freezing cold
You were
car.
read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes,
How many
Was
did you
some
delete?
missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes,
A lot of people. think
Have you
this.
ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
yes, many times.
And
She
you
does
were
a lot of
asked
butt
whether or not
dialing.
you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
if you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 12:18 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Chairman.
No, we may not approach. Next question. Hold on. I want to hear that question again. When you were reaching out to him, no, we may not approach. Oh, really, Your Honor? Okay. I want to make a record. I hope he does.
Sir, any of your calls after that 12:18 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr.
No?
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
Was it a signal? Did somebody have the phone? So many theories. She did just tell him no approach.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Your Honor, may we approach? What did she say? Do you really need to? Yeah.
This has to be really brief.
What did she say?
Reflect couple days. You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
This has to be really brief.
Okay, this has to be really quick. He said, may we approach? Jennifer McCabe is not on trial here, despite what you all may think, because I'm beginning to think it too. This entire case is in defense of the Alberts and McCabes. They're making it obvious now. Her state of mind in the days following the death of her dear friend is not at issue here. It's just not. She's not the defendant. Although I'm beginning to think that this is what we thought this during the first trial. The entire case, the first 8 weeks of trial were all about defending the Alberts and the McCabes. It wasn't until I don't even know what day of testimony that we even found out how John O'Keefe died. They need to make a record. They need to make it clear. And her telling them they can't approach is just not the way it's done. But you're watching it across the world in real time happen. And if it could happen to Karen Reed, it could happen to any one of you. And that should outrage you. Leslie, thanks for your Venmo, says, I don't believe Jen did chest compressions on John, or maybe she slowly stopped to do CPR. There I go, rolling my eyes out loud again. Thanks, Melanie. I can only watch with you. Thank you, Leslie. I'm so happy to have you here with me. Linda, thanks for your matcha latte. Great job helping us get through the craziness. Lena, thank you so much for your Cash App and for being here. Yeah, DB says the prosecutor is obvious about defending the family. Why, though? Why? Paul and Peggy are not in the courtroom now. I don't know why. Is Paul going to be up next? I don't know. When a witness is under oath, I saw a couple of these questions go by. They are not allowed to be spoken to during the lunch break by either attorney. Obviously, they wouldn't speak. She wouldn't speak to the defense, but by the prosecutor or
All right,
anybody on
jurors,
his
you're about
behalf.
to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy?
Is it the same instruction we heard earlier? The texts are not introduced for their truth, but to go to her state of mind. I don't know where the O'Keefes went. Don't know.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
A phone call says, please answer, or a text message? A phone call wouldn't say, please answer. It'd be a text message, you buffoon.
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling.
Please answer, because she is hoping that he wasn't left outside
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe.
long enough in the cold,
Thanks.
according to her Google search. Please answer.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
It's not a phone call.
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you
'Cause
calling?
she kept calling
John
and then
O'Keefe.
texting. Thank you, Joyce. Dirty work is on the
Number
playlist.
26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
It's not a
Don't
call.
recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
Can somebody clarify the record?
I'm
These are text
trying to find
messages.
people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
The jury's head scratching like there's a phone call that says, please answer.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I
Oh,
don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
oh,
At
she did
this
not
point
want that
the
in there.
morning, You're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
Wait, I want to hear this Beatty phone call again. I just talked to her, meaning who? Tom Beatty's daughter. He's trying to show through these messages that Jen McCabe didn't have anything to do with his murder because look, she's trying to find him in the morning like she doesn't know where he is. But why is she freaking out by saying, please answer? First of all, how many people sleep with their ringer on their phone on? Number one. Number two, if you thought he was just drunk and passed out somewhere, why would you think he would answer his phone? And why would you get ramped up? Or were you trying to cover your tracks? Right?
I don't know whose number this.
This is not going to help them.
522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring
Let's
to?
talk to who?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay. At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
Plausible deniability.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
number 48.
48.
What time?
I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes,
In
instantly.
the moment.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. You have 160?
It's true.
Sorry.
Okay.
I would get kicked out of court for my faces because you know my face. I make faces. It would be really hard to keep it tight for like a full day in court. So plus it's
Okay,
wicked
yeah.
hot in there, and I don't like it. I don't
160.
like being hot.
Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Karen,
Kerry.
he's
Did you
opening the
state of
door.
mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
You have to approach.
Objections noted. Next question.
Don't take no for an answer.
Come to sideline.
We need to approach. I'll allow it. This is not a match play golf game between a couple of guys at the country club or women too. I'll allow it. I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. You don't have to put it out. I'll give it to you. Wow. Being told that you can't approach. I can't wait to see what the retired judge on Twitter has to say about this today because it's outrageous. She's more worried about wasting the jury's time than having a woman who's facing life in prison be heard.
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes. it
Where's
is.
the relevance? I hope he's opening the door to a whole bunch of more stuff that AJ can now use on the recross.
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
She had to play the game. They had a
And
bond. They were bonding.
the
Remember, she had to
response
bond with
in
her.
this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you. You were also, this is awful, Jen. I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
I'm literally having wine.
This one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do.
Everybody's day drinking. I don't know what to do. So I think I'm going to crack open a bottle of wine at 2 p.m. because literally don't know what to do. Ooh, my freeze game is on point. Look at that. That's evil. My friends, you are staring at the squinty eyes of evil.
Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Bonding. The bonding has
Number
begun.
175.
the enabling and drinking will help, right?
Again, to Ms. Roberts, 2/14/15, 1/29/22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2/14/56 on 1/29/22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a lot of reasons why you could be sick to your stomach. You know who else? John O'Keefe vomited and it was in his boxers. You know how that happens from a really bad head injury? There's also vomit in his mouth, as testified to by one of the
That day, did you
first
have to
responders.
speak to your children about what happened?
I did. Yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
She deleted all the messages with her children.
Number 208 or 207.
My face has
You see the
subtitles.
text
Thank you,
from
Justin.
This number, I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207, do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129/22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 210, 433:40, 129/22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you
So
to somebody?
they were not a contact in
Yes.
your phone?
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Here's the problem. These text messages are more prejudicial than probative because although the judge has given the jury the instruction that you are not to listen to these messages, they're not offered to you for the truth of the matter asserted. So you're not to believe that she was really sick over it. She was really worried. She was this, she was that. Don't believe that. You don't have to believe that any of that is true, just that it goes to her state of mind. Where do you draw the line there? How do you rectify that? The jury doesn't even understand a reasonable doubt. If you listen to what the last juror said, how are they going to understand that? That you're not supposed to believe that what she's saying is actually true, but just that she's actually the one who texted this stuff and that it goes to her state of mind. This is highly improper, in my opinion. This could be a reversible error. I'm going to wait to talk to my posse about this because that's my gut feeling on this as I'm listening to it. Thank you, BK612, for your super sticker. Witchy Woman is already on there, babe. Thank you, Honey Bear. Some things you can't fix.
213.
Some things are reversible error.
129/22 at 438:20.
Trying to make McCabe look like
Do
a
you know
good
who was
person.
texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
What friend?
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma.
This is a text
And then
from her
214 to
friend.
Respond 129/22 440:38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at
These are
4,
messages that
40,
she's
38 at
receiving.
129:22.
Messages
Yes.
that she's receiving go to her state of mind. Okay, now I have lost all concept of legal reality and my head is down the street. It's popped off. It has rolled down the street. Melanie Little's head bucket. Are you here? Because someone actually changed their name to that.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Law
Yes.
enforcement.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I agree with you, Kelly.
I'm going to move to 129/22 752.
Thank you, Justin. For
If you look at
gifting.
number 289, please.
Yeah. Who's the victim? Jen McCabe is the victim here, right? She's the victim. She had so much trauma So much shock and horror, but everyone is forgetting about Karen's
Okay.
shock and
At
trauma
289.
of finding her dead boyfriend on a lawn somewhere. And nobody believes that when she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? That she may also have a state of mind that goes to shock. Because it's more important that we understand Jen McCabe's state of mind, because this is really in defense of Jen McCabe. You're watching it. It's happening right before your very worldwide eyes.
Is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Thank you.
Yes.
and you
Sorry.
texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody
be
tell you
better now.
that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
How did she get Carrie's number? I don't know. Does anybody in the chat know?
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
Yep, we heard that.
Did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
Don't beat yourself up. You did the best you could. Mm-hmm. That's right. Jen is not charged.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Do we have the timeline? As the timeline magically revealed itself between the last trial and now, was Proctor hiding it in the drawer with all that, the Sallyport video that he withheld? That was not a Brady violation, by the way. Yeah, it's a support group. This is like a big support group. We've heard a lot about her just wanting to help people and all these people coming to her for
248.
support.
I'm missing page 248.
Oh, of course you are.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Oh, kind of like all the other missing evidence in this case, the missing Sallyport video, the missing metadata. Isn't that poetic? Listen to that again.
At 212.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops
It
at
says tooth page.
212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, Jen, it wasn't shot.
It says tooth page, as if it's one word. Tooth page. More missing
Remind us
evidence.
who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
We see. Oh, has the
2
timeline
days
in?
later, January 31st, 2022.
January 31st.
10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events.
Is there a reason why he's reading the text messages and not her? And that when Alan Jackson tries to read something, she doesn't let him? Rules for thee, but not for me. Look at the judge's face right now. Judge Kim Jong Kanone, aka Lady Macbev, aka Under Her Eye, aka the gates, the gatekeeper of the gates to hell.
Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Oh, right.
Was there
They're at the
any
Asian
presence
house.
in the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was,
It's hearsay.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
that's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes,
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
Yeah, sure. Just a few more. Let them all in. We're here to talk about Jennifer McCabe's state of mind because, you know, she's the one who's not on trial for murder right now. Wonderful. Wonderful. Weasel.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your
Why
Honor,
is this being
subject to
allowed?
redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's
No.
text messages.
No.
We'll deal with that later.
No. The jury's
Is
not
there
bringing her
objection?
text messages back.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank
How
you. I
many
have no
did she
fur-
delete?
I have no further questions.
Oh, I can't believe he must be jumping out of his seat to come back for recross. This is outrageous. There was no page 227.
A couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. Never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement
Sometimes
officer.
YouTube does that. It jumps
this-
ahead. Hold on. I got to take it back a second.
Side of 34 Fairview.
No.
Okay. Incident to Sarah's vehicle.
Right just on the road.
Talk amongst yourselves for a second while it buffers. We've broken the internet again.
Ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview, but there were vehicles. There was Miss
Why are you
Roberts'
making
vehicle,
excuses
and then
for
I
Brian
believe
and your
another
sister not
vehicle
waking
pulled
up?
I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Kerry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes,
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
No dog. No, she already said she doesn't remember the dog in the
You were
morning.
asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lank's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
Oh, yeah.
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them,
You're so
and
welcome.
then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So
What?
I think I helped them well.
And
What? She did not just say
obviously-
that. I know that they're no longer investigating the FBI, and therefore I think I really helped them out. Wow. Was it her job? Was she appointed to make the FBI stop their investigation? Wow. I know we're like a few seconds behind, but you got to hear that again. She helped the FBI clear up some of their misconceptions, and I know that they're no longer investigating. Oh, wow. Did she just open the door for the FBI to be brought in? I say yes. She is a loose cannon, and you just saw the cannon shoot pretty far. Wow. She really wanted to get this out. She helped the feds close their case. Wow. Listen, even though she cut the interview short,
to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I
as
helped
you
them
know,
well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
did you ever speak to them again? She
The
helped
text
them.
messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend, but whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Kerry Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow. She had to pretend with those other people who were not part of her little circle. Good. Do a pregnant pause here, AJ. Let her stew a little bit. She is sitting in it.
Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you
You're
very much.
all set. Who's this guy over here with the pin on, sitting up here? Is he the head of the court officers with the suit on, with the what looks like a plaid tie? I don't know who that is. He might be the head of the court officers, and her sister is still in the back row. At least one of them.
A couple of clips, Your Honor.
Clips.
I should just wait 10
It's movie day.
seconds.
Movie time.
All right, you can play them now.
It's fine. What
May
we
I
can.
proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
That's Bella's mom.
There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
This is from the ID doc series, June 15th, 2024.
Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
To me, that helps the defense because her angry voicemail messages are because he's been with a lot of women. He's a player. Therefore, he would never just not respond to me and ignore my calls. So I thought maybe he was cheating on me. I don't know how that helps the prosecution.
Clip 16, please.
Defendants ID.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, and Kerry Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Kerry's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And
How does
finally,
that help
clip
you?
17, please.
How are these helping you? You're trying to find motive, and you're really trying really hard, even though you don't have to prove motive.
All right, hold that, please.
Yes, Bella's mom is named Ashley. Sorry, Ashley, that you're dragged into this, but they're trying to make Karen Reed look like a crazy person who was so jealous that she decided to mow John down with her car 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour.
Your Honor, call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Hannah Knowles. I don't know who this is, but he's not allowed to play that last clip. The reason he gets to show all of these clips is because these are statements of a party opponent. That is the risk that you run as a defendant when you give media interviews. They can be used against you. Somebody refresh my recollection about Hannah Knowles. I'm going to FF this a little bit. Get us on real time, because we know the judge does not like to work past 4, especially on a Friday. Because traffic to the Cape is... Do you think she's in the summer house yet? Is it too early for the summer house? Is it only a Memorial Day to Labor Day thing? I don't know. You tell
All
me.
right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Lally's back. Back again. Lally's back. Tell a friend. It's Lally time. I don't remember her from the last trial.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between...
I know who she is now. She's a substitute witness for one of the witnesses, I believe, who is out on medical. and they made a motion to be able to substitute a different witness in for this witness, and I think that's who she is. Although I thought that was a Bodie Labs DNA person, so now I'm a little confused, but she has something to do with toxicology, so let's see what she has to say.
Between a chemist 1 and a chemist 2.
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the chemist series. A chemist 1 was an entry level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework
not the
as they
sub.
are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a chemist 2 and a chemist 3?
The chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically.
Right, right. And so when they drew Karen Reed's blood in the hospital, subject to her being involuntarily committed on a Section 12, which is what they call it in Massachusetts, if you are a danger to yourself or others, and they drew her blood at 9 a.m., and you're saying, according to she's going to say it was around 0.09 at that time, even though they don't know when her last drink was or anything like that. If there was a crazy woman running around the scene, yelling and screaming bloody murder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. There's not one notation in any law enforcement report about her smelling of alcohol. They would have collared her at the scene if she was confessing to murdering the man they just found, the Boston police officer, on the lawn. Don't you think? Right? Was she slurring? No. Was she, swaying? Was she bobbing and weaving as she was walking around the scene? No. Did anybody smell alcohol on her? No. Think about all that stuff too. They would have collared her right then and there. It's ridiculous.
Can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally,
Motion to speed her up until we get to real time granted.
supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to
We're all off rotation. Our
that
heads
previous
have
involvement or previous report that was issued. for the case.
rotated up into the air and rolled down.
Now,
the
at some
street.
point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and
tell
a
us that she
retrograde
was drunk,
extrapolation
please,
report
at the time.
relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have
It's
you
not a
conducted
lot.
during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Since 2008, in 14 years, she only did 100 of these. Okay.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
Yeah, because we didn't do the right testing, because if she was really drunk driving and they thought she was drunk at the scene, the MSP would have went in there and sent their technician to go in there and draw her blood. They didn't do that. This is the whole fakakta after the fact calculation that was done. I don't even know. Over a year later, I think, is when they decided to do this. Tell me when these results were actually done, when this extrapolation nonsense was actually done. They fought to keep this out because it's ridiculous. The blood was drawn at 9 a.m. It was not, they're not accredited by the MSP or the state to do the testing for drunk driving. It was not drawn by a proper technician. They're not supposed to use alcohol, alcohol pads or something. And the other doctor, Fowler, came in and tried to tell us that it was so hard to find any alcohol pads there that nobody in the hospital even knew where they were. And when you hear the wide swing on what they say her blood alcohol content was, you're going to be like, what? What are we doing here?
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with the request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked
It's
as
not
Exhibit
proper.
37?
It's not proper. I agree.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, she admitted to drinking and driving. True.
Yes.
She did.
Sure.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing.
Comical. It is comical.
And
You're
to
right.
convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024. And so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Oh yeah, favorable.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams per cent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, turning your attention
So they're
to
saying that
retrograde.
at the time that she came into the hospital, her blood alcohol was between a 0.078 and a 0.092, right? I think 0.08 is the limit in Massachusetts. So if you're over 0.08, you would be considered drunk driving, right? But wait, there's more, because now they want to extrapolate it back to when the accident allegedly happened. There was no car accident, but here we are at 12:30 a.m. And listen to how wide the swing is. That's a little tiny swing, right? 0.07 to 0.09. Little tiny bit. Listen to what they're going to extrapolate it back to.
Extrapolation. Can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
Right. You also need to know the time of their last drink. You also would need to know that, right? Kathy T, thanks for the hot 50. Thanking me. Shout out to your son, Brandon. Hi, Brandon. Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate you so much.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010.
Oh, what about the fact that she had MS, Crohn's, and had large part of her colon removed during the 9 surgeries she had, I think, in her 20s or something such as like that.
And 0.025% per hour.
Medication she was
and
on.
so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with retrograde.
She's a good witness.
We
She's
take
explaining
the
it
smaller
in a
of the
way they
serum
can
conversion
understand.
range.
Maybe, but I'm going to
And
talk
we
over
add
it 'cause I
that
don't
to
care.
the slowest
'Cause this
elimination
is
rate
bogus.
multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations.
But if she had a colostomy bag, and I don't know that she did, but wouldn't the rate of elimination be different? Also, the medications she was on, the health problems, what she ate, last time she ate, all that stuff, right? Thanks, Eddie Morgan.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
Plus MS patients can blow a natural BAC also. That's been pointed out to me. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Yep.
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of
time of interest
requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.3 or higher in order to be able to apply that.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's a metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range in the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's
Right,
office.
because that was their original timeline. The Commonwealth originally said she had him at 12:45.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point.
They now
of
have moved
that
the time of incident to
calculation. So
12:31.
the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and
Math ain't
maximum numbers that
mathin'.
you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
Here you go.
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
Oh, 0.14 and 0.28. Wow, that's a wide swing. If Karen Reed was a 0.28, she would have been, I don't know, close to dead. She's tiny. She would have been bobbing and weaving. She would have been like falling down all over herself at the waterfall. And yet every single witness at the waterfall gave statements to law enforcement right away that Karen and John did not appear drunk at all. 0.14 to 0.28. Anybody else think that's a really wide swing? Yeah, this is junk. This should never be allowed in. But here we are.
Calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that
She
correct?
could have had a bottle of
Yes.
vodka when she went back home.
May I approach just to retrieve
This
your
is
own?
this is like
Yes.
this should not even be admissible. But in order to get her on the vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, they have to show she was drunk. There was no standalone DUI charge. There isn't one.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right,
Oh,
Ms. Yannetti?
who's going to cross? Oh, Miss Yannetti, King David is here. Yay.
At this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay,
nobody's late.
thank you.
Because she has to get to the CABE.
Good
King
afternoon, ma'am.
David,
Good
all
afternoon.
hail.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes,
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
yes,
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes,
And its procedures.
yes,
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
yes. The review includes the procedures and the operating protocols. And there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes,
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
yes,
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
yes. It's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And
It's
in
not
addition,
accredited.
Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their
Right.
accreditation requirements, or
Right.
their testing procedures at all.
So you don't have the blood.
Anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided.
Right.
And like I said, the
Garbage in,
same
garbage out.
math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Garbage in,
Mr.
garbage
Yannetti,
out.
we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you
Yeah,
short.
he was going to give him,
That
she
was
gave him
the
5
time
minutes,
frame.
but
And
she
I'm
wants to
perfectly
leave.
fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Bring her back on Monday.
Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you.
Wait, did
very
he say?
much. You're all set. You can step down, Mr.
You're all set.
Yannetti.
Did he say
I think
we don't have
everybody
to bring him back on Monday?
appreciates it.
Or, no, I thought he said we.
All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody
Full
should
days
work
every
really
day
hard.
next week. It's like a real job.
The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
She'll be
Don't
back
do
Monday,
any
right, Jeff? Yeah,
independent
that's what I thought.
research or investigation into this
Good.
case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very
Garbage in,
careful
garbage
with
out.
your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Paul and Peggy are sitting by Karen's
And
parents. Is
I
that
will
true?
counsel at sidebar.
I don't know about that. See if they come back. Sometimes they come back. Yeah, she's promised full days before, but it's never happened. It's never happened. We're on real time. It is 3:45 here on the East Coast. And what's the weather going to be like on the Cape this weekend? Let's see. Do a quick weather check because, we're here to talk about the weather. Oh, it looks like a rainy weekend here. I don't know if the Cape is going to get rain, but now I'm curious. I'm curious. Curiouser and curiouser. Cape Cod. Oh, well, tomorrow's going to be windy and 60 with a high of 65, and Sunday it's going to be cloudy with a high also of 65. I don't know. Maybe she's got to get the house ready. The cottage that she's never ever rented out to anyone. I hope it rains, said someone. We'll just keep it up in case they come back You know, they might do that. Sometimes they do. Cynthia wants to know, did John know something about that other case, about Sandra Birchmore's case? Was he going to say something he shouldn't? We have no evidence of that. A lot of people have speculated that. So I can see that your wheels are turning in your head. And we don't know. The answer is we don't know. Unless anybody in the chat has found out anything else. King David got to really shine at the end there. It's going to be brought out that the lab at Good Sam is not accredited, and therefore garbage in, garbage out. If it wasn't collected properly, it's junk. And all the results stemming therefrom are junk. Gina, if Jen went home, who dropped Kerry home? Did she fall asleep in the car? Kerry, I think, was the one driving. That was my understanding, right? Kerry was the one driving when they were going from the O'Keefe's house and then back to Jen's house, and then they went to Lank's house. So that was a whole bunch of lies that were brought out. Shonda's Inferno says, why didn't the defense move to have make a motion to have the trial moved? They just never did. They didn't, and for a lot of reasons. I think that the people who live in Norfolk County are familiar with the fact that many people think that the law enforcement in that area has been corrupt for a very, very long time. So there are pros and cons to doing that and moving the trial, but they never did make a motion to change venue. Thank you for your super chat. What do you think the Lexus 1231 incident was? I have no idea, Rafe. I got to hear the thanks for that super chat. I held it for later because I wanted to talk about it. They're saying there's a triggering event at 1231 that came out. They did a chip on, chip off, wax on, wax off. The first time they did it before the first trial, it was done by the defense expert because the Commonwealth expert was like, I don't know how to do this. And then since then, apparently there's been some new software developed by Burla or something. And now they have new software and they did another chip on, chip off somewhere in Texas. We don't know what the results are. But now they're saying that there's some incident that may have been at 12:31 p.m. The issue with the first data that they extracted was that none of those key cycles were attached to any dates and times and locations. And so I have no idea. I'm going to wait to hear from the witnesses on that. I don't know if anybody in the chat knows, but we haven't seen those results, but we've heard, I think, Brennan bloviate quite a bit about them in open court. My Japan POV, what are your thoughts on the Celebrite expert testimony about the timestamps on the Google searches? Seems odd to me. Well, what I think is this. Follow the money. Follow the money. Celebrite, I don't know what their gross earnings were last year, but they're maybe $1 billion company. They make tons of money. It's an Israeli company. And their main clients are law enforcement organizations throughout the United States and other places. And so was he sent here? You know, was he sent to this case as a representative of Celebrite? Because it was unclear. It was unclear. They changed their software after the glitch from this particular case. If the time on Google searches is wrong, they're going to have a lot of problems. You can't use that as a shield and a sword. Brian Walsh is also being tried in this exact same county. His case was investigated by a lot of these same investigators. And Brian Walsh's case has to do with the dismembering of his wife, Anna. It's a no-body murder case. He made a lot of really incriminating Google searches. So you can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't say, oh, well, you know, Jennifer McCabe's Google search was not really at 227, but in Brian Walsh's case, all of these Google search timestamps are accurate. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's like Whiffen just removed the 227. So it's just, there's going to be other experts that are going to testify in the complete opposite way. Richard Green is going to come in. He used 5 different tools to analyze the data, and all of them say 227, including Axiom, I think Magnet, which is one of the other very highly regarded software analyzer tools. CLK wants to know, is it possible to ask ARCA their background work with the FBI? I think they're trying to keep the FBI out of it. But I think during the last trial, they did talk about how they did work for the NHL and the government. I mean, they did say the government, right? They worked on some truck seats in Afghanistan. So when talking about their background, it may come up. But they're not going to be able to say that they were hired by the FBI for this specific investigation. Emily says, sorry if answered. Proctor wanted to pin it on the girl, but he never mentioned Karen saying I hit him in his report. That's right. You're correct. You're absolutely right. He never did. He thought the taillight would be enough, I think. And he decided within 16 hours that this was a car accident, a fatality. He didn't need to investigate anybody else. He seized the car. I think they were indicting like around 2:30. Had it towed back to Canton PD, even though Canton was recused from the investigation. We haven't heard from any law enforcement yet, have we? Except for Garino. We've heard from 2 first responders, Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, Garino, but he really hasn't said anything about the investigation because he didn't go to the scene. We have not heard from any of the law enforcement that went to the scene yet. You haven't even heard about the the leaf blower and the solo cups and all the shenanigans that went on in this case, if you're new to it. Cat artists, were these texts in the last trial? Some of them were. Aren't these texts very condemning since it shows agreement to say the guy never went in the house? Yeah. And then on redirect, the judge, mind-blowingly, let Jennifer McCabe talk about her state of mind. This has to stop. Can the defense ask somehow that it wasn't Karen Reed's car insurance or the police that have details about the case so the jury gets it in? Men in Black song. It's unclear what they're going to be allowed to ask about who hired them or answer. So we still don't know. Worldwide objection to Annie Bev. Y'all, Annie Bev got a new high horse after yesterday's break. Girl, calm down. Another player list request. You need to calm down. By Taylor Swift. I will always put Taylor Swift on the list. You know I will. Thank you. Al Dente's rooting for Digging Up Bones by Randy Travis. Thank you. This has to stop. If Karen had asked to do a search, wouldn't Karen be frantic for an answer if she found anything on the search? Yeah, but Karen hasn't testified and she hasn't spoken about that. So we don't know. And none of that, of course, was caught on camera. None of it. Can AJ recall Kerry Roberts? He can. Thank you. That has to stop for all your multiple super chat questions today. I appreciate you so. If he wants to call her back on his case in chief, on their case in chief, he can. Marie, is a witness allowed to testify under the influence of prescriptions or alcohol? Well, they're allowed to be asked if they're under the influence of anything on the stand, and the jury can disregard their testimony accordingly. They're not supposed to, but I'm sure it happens all the time. Thank you, Marie. Great question. LL, thank you. What is your best guess at this point how the jury's leaning? Thank you. I have no idea. Without being able to sit in that room and watch them, I have no idea. I have no idea. And I think it's too early to tell. We're only on day 8, and this is going to be at least 8 weeks of trial, which is going to be at least 40 trial days. So it's way too early. But what I do think is that the defense has, at this point, been able to poke so many holes in the prosecution's case so far. And there's so much reasonable doubt already. You tell me what you think. Thank you. I appreciate your super chat. Reasonable doubt, I'll allow. It says, if she doesn't remember specifics of what was said, how is she so sure that Karen said I hit him, as opposed to Karen asking if she could have hit him? Well, that's a great question. And the jury is probably thinking that exact same thing. And the point is, she's got an agenda. She's sticking to it. And her testimony and statements have morphed throughout the course of this case. And even more so today. Come at me. Says, supposedly the jury didn't like the way Paul McCabe looked at Paul O'Keefe looked at Karen. Not sure how true that is. I don't know. But I find it interesting that he now sits in the back. Yeah, we don't know. Can't speculate. But I appreciate your super chat so much. Megan, I cannot understand why Bev keeps interrupting. This is absolutely wrong. She does it all the time. This has been going on for years with her. We watch it. We sit at home. We get horrified. And she keeps doing it again. Secrets, lies, and alibis is what 7 stands for, says M. Jin. Thank you so much for your super. Kelly, welcome to membership. Becky, I'm going to do a video this weekend with a spirit box and other paranormal equipment that can be used to talk to the other side. I'm a voice for the dead, and it's about time John's voice was heard. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Becky. Lady Zelda Kelly also does that as well. Sandra Hurley, pants on fire. So much snarky fun. I love your channel. I made a slow stop and discovered your Gen X commentary. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thanks for making a slow stop, Sandra Hurley. We love having you here. Gesticulating had entered the chat. Yeah, that was around 12:59 p.m. I'm a little behind. Thank you, MCKT. Bubba Hodge says he is going minute by minute that it never happened. Yep. I feel like the O'Keefes are finally going to see it with their own eyes. Love you, Mel. No, I love you more. And they left the courtroom, but then somebody said that they were sitting next to the O'Keefe. I mean, next to the Reed. So I don't know. They were not sitting in their usual spot. So I do not know. Thank you, Bubba. Karen was put in the car alone. Jen is outside, says Kelly. There's a lot of that's out of frame and we can't see it, so I'm not sure. Cold Hearted Snake by Paula Abdul, says Nick Indy. Was that a barking dog in that video, Becky said. I did not hear a barking dog in the Like the Weather by Natalie Merchant and 10,000 Maniacs. Pure Duckery. It's already on the list. Thank you. I did not hear a barking dog in the video. GBG, I was wondering when the fireworks would start. Well, they started around this time, and that was around when you sent that. One after lunch. Oh, no, you sent that at 1:04, so. Siobhan, she's on some kind of meds to calm her down. Cannot opine. Jen turned her back on John, literally and figuratively says, Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked. Chloe Albert's revenge. Maybe Bev should stop speaking to the witnesses so much. She wouldn't want to slip up later and call one of them culprit by mistake. Well done. She called Jen McCabe Karen Reed at least twice that I can remember. At least twice. Was it more than twice? Thank you, Chloe Albert's revenge. Smitty, thank you for the compliment on my hair today. Thank you so much. Love you. Haley Hopes, I rewatched Dr. Rentschler's testimony from trial 1. Brennan is using the literal last answer on cross as his theory for the case this time. A side swipe that caused John to fall and not damage the SUV. Maybe. However, I submit to you that if the SUV sideswiped John's right arm and the taillight exploded into 47 pieces and caused those marks to his arm, with enough force to shatter a taillight, it also would have shattered his arm, shattered his elbow, dislocated his shoulder, and left some bruising. And none of that is there. None of it's there. They're saying that taillight was blown out by his arm, and it just strains credulity, physics, and science. Thank you, Random Thoughts. The break was at 1:11. You just can't make it up. Passionarta, Melanie's Anger Cupid says, my take is this. Brennan, Canoni, the hate keeper. More, I see what you did there. Lackey Lally and the Commonwealth witnesses hate Karen Reed, AJ, and pro bono team at taxpayers' expense because they can, right? They originally told the taxpayers of Norfolk County that they were going to pay Hank Brennan $75,000 at the rate of $250 an hour. That was the original story. Now he's been paid somewhere well over 200 and last count was 234,000. I don't know if they've updated it since then. Monica wants to know if attorneys are allowed to talk to witnesses at lunch. Nope. Not when they're on the stand. Not when they are actively under oath. No, no, no. It's a no-no. And there was an order in this case that ordered them from prepping any witnesses while they were under oath. Smitty, if McAlbert and company aren't lying, why aren't they suing everyone under the sun for defamation, libel, slander? Well, they're threatening to, or at least their minions on Twitter are threatening to sue everyone, including me, and anybody else who's been speaking out about this case. But here's the thing, folks. When you sue in a civil case, you have to give depositions. Do you think any of them are going to sue anybody in a civil case and be subjected to hours, if not days, of civil depositions? I doubt it. Thank you, Smitty. Bernadette Spinabella, am I wrong? But wasn't she just on video talking to police during the time frame? She said she was Googling. When you sent that, I looked at the video and it was, I think after the time, 6:23 and 24 are when she allegedly was Googling. And I think when you put that in there, it was like the video was at like 6:27, I want to say. Lisa Polanca, Jen called her sister at 5:07. That was new today. That was new. That Jen called Nicole at 5:07, says she didn't get her. That was never on any report we saw before. Then later woke them up with, we found John, right? Which I thought was odd too. We found John. They didn't know John was missing. Lisa says, I wonder if he was placed on the lawn after this call at 5:07, maybe a heads up, and not going straight to Fairview was a stall tactic. Lisa, you're getting there. You're getting there. You're picking up what a lot of people have been saying for the 3 years that this case has been going on. Yes, that is a theory. Marie says, do you think Karen Reed should have asked for a bench trial? This is so interesting because we watched a bench trial with Judge Cannoni within the past few months. It was the case of Penny McGee. Penny McGee was on trial for manslaughter because she had a verbal argument. She may or may not have pushed him a scooch in the foyer of their home. Penny McGee shoved him, maybe. Worst case, she shoved him. He had a heart attack and died. At autopsy, it was found out that he had a 90% occlusion of his carotid artery and other pre-existing conditions, diabetes. He had had two major car accidents. He had some issues with his vision and some other problems, and he died of a heart attack. She was on trial for manslaughter. It was a bench trial in front of Judge Cannoni. She didn't even go off the bench to deliberate. She quickly acquitted her. It is said that the family behind the Penny McGee persecution is a very wealthy, politically connected family. Her attorney was amazing, but his name is escaping me right now. He's also a well-regarded attorney, Larry Tipton in Massachusetts. He was a public defender, but he came on to her case. He's also a private defender. But with this judge and the way she has shown such bias towards the defense in this case, historically, throughout the course of this case, and it's pretty obvious, her hatred for the LA defense firm, at least, is pretty obvious. I don't think, if it was another judge, maybe a bench trial would be better. But in front of this judge, I don't think so. But it's a great question. All out says, Jen testified as she busted in to Brian and Nicole's room that morning. She said, we found John. Tells me she spoke to Coco early that AM, right after she spoke to Kaylee. She's still denying it on the stand. This has to stop. She went to O'Keefe's house to comfort, but played video games before bed the night of the incident. Thank you. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict says, I know I'm behind. I can't believe Jen is trying to act like she's clueless about the 227 search. Yeah. Really, Jen, really? It's going to come out. It's one of the biggest things in this trial. So denying it makes you look like an even bigger liar. And she knows because she tried to get harassment out. She never did, though. So, thank God for small favors, I guess, there. But in the last trial, she said, I was being harassed about that 227 search. Of course, I know it was a 227, but she tried to pretend she didn't this time. Thanks for your 20. We the people said the feds are outside the door. They had to wait for them to follow the plan to frame Karen. This should have been stopped. Perp walk. The McCabes and Alberts. Thank you. We can only hope. Denise, is there anyone watching this that can step in and address the lying and also the bias of the judge? No, judges have wide latitude. They have a lot of discretion. They are the gatekeeper. And so there's nothing that can be done. Now she had the opportunity to recuse herself. She didn't do it. Sarah says, Melanie, she said she wasn't worried about Brian and Nicole because Karen was running around screaming she hit him and that there was taillight found by his body, right? Taillight wasn't there yet. You're right. That's it. Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to have to play that back later. Pam says, did any first responders knock on the Alberts' door that morning? Yes, after the scene was cleared. Sergeant Lank went in, I think with Sergeant Good. There's conflicting reports about whether they left the foyer or not, or whether they went and sat at the kitchen table, but they waited for Lank the friendly to come, and then they did go in. But before that, they told Jennifer McCabe to go in the house. Really? That is so improper. I can't even tell you. Pookie, Liza crossed the guy last time. The conversion range was really broad. I hope Liza gets her too. But, well, it was Yannetti this time. And I think that was a good choice. Melanie Little's head bucket is here, and she's been sectioned in Massachusetts while drunk. They don't let you go until the alcohol level in your blood is down to a certain level. If she was super drunk, they wouldn't have let her go so quickly, right? Well, they said at that time it was what do we say, 0.07 to 0.09? I don't know how quickly she was discharged. I don't remember how many hours she was there. Dave says 0 chance the jury is paying attention. Thanks, Dave. Roasted bean. She said, every other word. It's driving me nuts. Yeah. Denise, my meds interact with alcohol. Did they have all that information? I don't think so. We're going to have more cross by Yannetti of this witness on Monday. Melanie's posse. Sherilyn, I got your back. Thanks, Sherilyn, for being my posse. I take allergy meds. I test positive for meth. A false positive for meth. Oh, wow. That's good to know. And also scary. Kathleen, looking forward to Larry Foreman's recap. Thank you. Yes, the UI guy, Larry, who is now also a personal injury attorney, apparently. Love Miss Little, but the men's voice is higher and higher. I don't know what you're talking about, but you know what? You may be behind. Let me modulate my volume back to normal now. Okay, I'm going normal now. Lunchbox Lally and Happy Meal Hank says, no shade, MS patient here. We don't have higher BAC from MS or disease meds. If we do a field sobriety test, our balance, cognition, etc., could be an issue. Thank you. Jody Wolf, I am down in Gainesville, Florida at my son's graduation. Happy graduation to your son. In honor of Tom Petty and the Gators don't back down. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers or the Gators? Yeah, don't back down is on there. It's on there. It's been on there for a long, long time. Thank you so much for your 20. Appreciate you. P.S. You're from Boston. Thank you. Thank you, Zach Wagner, for joining. Norman, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Thank you for thanking me. Team Wicked Smart, be pure wicked. Jen was most worried about how John's death affected her, not his kids. Texting about how thinking about John makes me want to vomit. Very telling. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Elrock, for becoming a member. I see you. Says no accident report, no insurance company investigation. Right. Thank you for explaining it all, says Roseanne. Celebrates parent is Sun Corporation video games. That's interesting, Dennis. Thanks. Cash, thanks for your 10. Oh, she says I'm the best. Oh, you're the best. You're the best. You are. Maria, if Proctor came to the conclusion of hit by a car with so many cars coming and going, drinking, why was Karen Reed's car the only car investigated? Oh, such a great point. Did he ever look at any of the other cars in the driveway? I don't think so, because he didn't even go to the scene of 34 Fairview, the date of the body finding on January 29th, 2022. He didn't even go there. He didn't even go to the scene. Nope. Great point, Maria. Amanda says she loves watching it with us. Does the judge have a boss that can stop her ridiculousness? No. No, she's got a lot of discretion here. A lot of discretion. Unless Michael Marcy decides he wants to drop the charges, we're here until it's over, until there's an acquittal. Kim says, I'm beginning to think that John's recorded steps on Oakdale. That's where Lank lives, and there was a party on that street. John may have been at Lank's house before he was on the lawn at 34. I don't know, Kim. Karen says she dropped him off at 34. And so she has said that on television. Interesting thought. Collusion, not collision. They should have objected to Hank being the taint team. Oh, I'm sure they did. There's a lot of things we don't hear about here unless it's on paper. We've been over all the motions. LNMD 93. Thank you for your 20. That's very sweet of you. Hank's Spectre speculation. Jurors complained about O'Keefe. One pro Karen juror is what you're saying. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks for all you do, says Jessica. Thank you, Jessica. Paris Ray and the Crush is reminding you they're on Spotify, Apple, Tidal. What's Tidal? YouTube, everywhere. Go follow them on all the things and do all of the liking and subscribing. Thank you, Jessica. Vincent, thank you for your super chat. You know that Andrea, thank you, Vincent, for your super sticker. Andrea Burkhart, my buddy, Andrea, stayed on the other night after, I think it was Wednesday's stream, and did 4 hours of questions after that. She was on for over 11 hours. She's like the Energizer Bunny. I don't know how she did it. Can you explain a Brady violation? Says Bella's mom. It is the prosecutor's duty to turn over certain evidence to the defense. And when the prosecutor does not turn over certain evidence that is relevant to the case, whether it is exculpatory or not, it is called a Brady violation. One of the most famous recent Brady violations, if you're a trial watcher, was in the Alec Baldwin case. And that was in New Mexico. And during that mishigas of a case, a lot of people think Alec Baldwin should have been convicted, but here's the mess that happened. Carrie Morrissey, weirdly, she's also named Morrissey. Weird, her name's Carrie, but it was Cari. A witness came to the police station or the DA's office with some evidence. It was ammunition that was an exemplar of the ammunition that was used on the set of Rust. It's too complicated for me to get into now. Carrie Morrissey, in her infinite wisdom, decided to put it under a different case number in a different folder and didn't think it was relevant and didn't think she was required to turn it over. When the judge found out about that on the record in New Mexico, Judge Mary Marlowe Summer, she's one of the best. We love her. How we wish that she would take a transfer to Massachusetts, but we can't get her there. Mary Marlowe Summer dismissed the Alec Baldwin trial immediately upon finding this out, not after Carrie Marcy put herself on the stand and such like that. The other special prosecutor in that case quit at the lunch break when she found out this happened. But the textbook definition is a Brady violation occurs when the prosecution in a criminal case fails to disclose evidence that is favorable to the defendant. This evidence must be material to either the defendant's guilt or punishment, and its suppression violates the defendant's right to due process. The Brady rule is derived from the Supreme Court case, Brady versus Maryland, and it requires prosecutors to turn over evidence that could exonerate the defendant or cast doubt on their guilt, even if the defense hasn't specifically requested it. And they have a duty to turn it over. There doesn't need to be a court order to do so. Thank you for asking. Thank you. That was my little law lesson of the day. Please explain redirect examination and possible improprieties by the Commonwealth during redirect examination. They're not supposed to go outside the scope of cross. We have seen Hank Brennan skirt the line several times. We have seen him lead his own witnesses on redirect, and he's not supposed to do that. And by doing that, he gives the witness the answer to the question. And then when the judge sustains the inevitable objection, the witness knows how to answer when he asks it properly. Those are just some of the things that I can think of now. Thank you so much for tuning in from what I think is Sweden. Entry required. Bev's Bishlap, thanks me again. And thanks for sharing Paris Ray and the Crush with you. Oh, it's my pleasure. Listen, I'm the girl who likes to help everybody else out. Why was I just logged out of Google? Why? Anybody else just get kicked out of Google? Thank you, Jenny, for your Venmo. She says, I hate that this can be so amusing under such awful circumstances, but you don't stop me from laughing out loud. Can't stop thinking about what John went through that night. I know. And, it's always about the victim and it's always about John O'Keefe. And I feel for him and his family and his niece and nephew who tragically lost both of their parents in quick succession. And then their uncle John and JJ, it is so, 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 so sad. But convicting Karen Reed for an accident that never happened, a motor vehicle accident that never happened, is not justice for John O'Keefe, and it's heartbreaking. Paula says, thank you, Melanie. Lottie's mom, for your fantastic coverage of the Reed case. I appreciate you so. Marianne says, this is for just being you. Those are my favorite kinds. Thank you. Somebody bought me 3 matcha lattes and says, I fangirl over you. You're amazing. Yes, I'm almost 45 and my daughter adores you as well. Your work is amazing. Praying for you and your family and Karen Reed. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Allison, thank you. Says, thank you for keeping me entertained during my maternity leave. Oh, congratulations, Allison, on your new baby. And I'm so happy that we're here to entertain you because we try. We try. Nicole, love, are you able to clarify for us what's going on? Thanks. Is AJ able to call her out of looking at Brennan? I'm sure it's been discussed at sidebar several times and we just don't know about it. Thank you, Nicole. He wouldn't do that in open court because Alan Jackson knows better than to do that in open court. But I have a feeling that some of those sidebars that we are not privy to, it's been pointed out. There were a lot of them today. And at one point, she's like, no, you can't come up. And then the next question, he's like, no, I really need to come up here. And Karen Reed, despite her medical conditions and her Crohn's and her MS, has to walk up there every single time too, because the judge did not want to give her headphones to use at the defense table. And she also had to get up and walk by Paul O'Keefe every single time. And I saw him a couple of times, like looking at her as she walked by, like doing one of those. Maybe that's why he was asked to move his seat. I don't know. Stephanie says he really needed to ask, did someone else make that 227 search on your phone? Did your husband delete the 227 search on your phone? Maybe she really didn't, but someone did. Right. Her phone did. Good point. Thank you, Becky. who's just thanking me and says she loves watching. Sean gave me $5, $1 per butt dial. Weren't there 7? I'm just kidding. What do you think there were? Linda says, why couldn't the family seats be swapped in retrial? That's what I wanted to know too, because like I was telling you about the Penny McGee trial, it was flipped. Penny's family was sitting facing her, and the victim's family, Andrew Savitz's family, was sitting behind her. I don't know if it's just because it was a bench trial, but I agree. I think it's unfair to Karen too. And this way also, the O'Keefes are looking straight at the jury the whole time. And Mrs. O'Keefe crying to the jury, when the last mistrial, that Bev, which I think people are saying Judge Cannoni's only other murder trial, I don't know if that's true or not, was the Chesna case. And I don't know if that's the proper pronunciation of Chesna. First trial was a mistrial. Second trial, I don't know what happened. But Cindy Chesna was told not to show any emotion in the courtroom. She wasn't allowed to cry, right? So, what are we doing here? Smooth criminal. Michael Jackson. Thank you very much, Linda. Susie, just a thank you by Venmo. Thank you so much for watching, Kelly. Oh, it's the best day ever. Kelly said it's the best day ever. Well, it's the best day because you were here with us, Kelly. Mary says, thanks for your commentary. You're so witty. Mary from Houston. Houston, we have a problem. We have a problem. And the problem is Jennifer McCabe. You just have to digest this a little bit more today to see. And I got to read up on what the courtroom watchers have to say. The media that were in the courtroom, they're allowed to talk about the jury's reactions and stuff. There's 9 women, 9 men. They're not allowed to talk about their racial makeup, I don't think, or anything. But they can talk about their reactions, right? Oh, hi, Blessed Mom from Texas. That was me. Did it say my name? Say my name, say my name, say my name. I don't know. It's up there. What are you talking about? The coffees? Or the one that you said you were from Houston? Mary from Houston? I don't know. If Blessed Mom from Texas, if that's you, it says Mary from Houston. Some of the buy me a coffee matchas thing came through as anonymous. Marlene says, hey, Melanie, can you please explain why they sometimes present documents for identification, have the witness refer to them, but they don't enter them into evidence? Yeah, it's because they're not evidentiary in nature. Sometimes you can use a document just to refresh someone's recollection, and you want it to be in the record that it was marked for identification, but it's not proper to go into evidence because the jury gets to bring the evidence back with them when they deliberate. Happy Friday to you too. But they want the record to be clear. Thank you so much, Liz, aka Libra, for your Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Ludmilla. Ludmilla says, yesterday I rang the bell 3 times after my last chemo treatment. Your coverage of this and other cases kept me company during my cancer journey and kept my head from popping off. That makes me want to cry. Thank you for all you do. Congratulations on getting to ring the bell 3 times. That really makes me tear up. And look, we try to, sometimes what we're doing here on the tubes of you are helping you, all of you, more than we know. And I appreciate that so much. Cindy says, love your channel and the community you've created. You're the best. I know we try and keep it clean. We try and keep it classy. We try and keep the disparagement, the defamation, and the curse words out because people like to watch with their kids in the room. Somebody once wrote to me and said, my 95-year-old mother loves to watch true crime, and there was nowhere for her to watch until you started your channel and you don't curse. And so it just became a thing. One day, though, I did. I cursed a whole lot. My head popped off. It was that day I read the motion to dismiss decision. Mary Jo, thank you for thanking me. And she says, for making this tragedy bearable to watch. Susan, just thanking me. I thank you too. Lindsay, my 5-year-old daughter loves your intro and always says, Mommy, she's so pretty. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Hi, Lindsay's daughter. There are so many kids that dance around to that intro song, but it's crazy. And I love that. And they're like, Mommy, your friend Melanie's on the TV. Mama She, you were amazing. Very generous. Cash App. Thank you. Elle says, some might say Mel's a talker, but I'll allow it. LOL. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Elle. I try and at least pause the stream when I talk so that we're not talking over it. But, listen, like Howie Carr said, he watches Melanie Little because she's really smart and she does pause and talk about it. Imagine I couldn't stay on for an extra 4 hours after this was over to go over everything with you. I have to do it in real time. I just have to. Sandra, thank you so much for your matcha latte and for the day full of snark. Kathleen, thanking me for the coverage. Thank you guys for watching. Let us see. Vincent, thanks for the super sticker. Misty Meadows says, sorry if I'm wrong, but didn't Matt McCabe testify that Jen was the DO person in order to explain her cold, hard demeanor in the last trial? He did say that she's calm under pressure. Yes. She's always great in a crisis. She's always very calm under pressure. Yes, he did say that. You are correct. Let's see if he says it again this time. I wonder when he's going to be in the order. Ashley says, when Arca testifies, do you think the jury will know they were hired by the FBI? We've been talking about that a lot today, Ashley, about what's going to be allowed in. I don't think she's going to allow them to say FBI. And it's a problem because the jury was so confused about it last time. Bev dated John Adams in high school. Well, if that's not one of the best usernames of the day, I don't know what is. I know YDC. I know you don't care, but JC is upset about AJ using agents. Well, she also doesn't seem to think that it was a problem for Jen McCabe to lie to FBI agents. So really, I mean, put that in your pipe and smoke it, right? Bev dated John Adams in high school. She loves to quote John Adams. Wow, no stated objections and no approach. Yeah, it's true, Red's daughter. You've been super chatting all day and you've had some really, really good comments. And I haven't seen you before, so either you changed your name or you're watching this trial for the first time. And has your head popped off yet? Welcome, Robert. Thanks for becoming a member. Me V. Remember the Commonwealth argued Karen Reed searching for an attorney with consciousness of guilt? Yes, they actually tried to get that in during the first trial. Karen Reed called an attorney on the 29th. Therefore, she must be guilty. And even the judge was like, yeah, no, that's not coming in. That was Lally. McCabe wouldn't talk to the FBI without an attorney. Who's guilty now? Well, the thing is, I don't know that she ever continued that interview, but the fact that she said, this is the head popping off moment of the day. The fact that Jen McCabe said, let me find my notes. Hold on. We're already starting my third legal pad on this trial. That she said that after she spoke with them, that she helped them and they closed their investigation. So I guess I did a good job. I'm sorry, what? Jennifer McCabe, the narcissist, thinks that she helped the FBI so much that they closed their investigation. Well, maybe your little inner circle thinks that, but I think they're still watching. Right? Collusion, not collision says Baldwin was several Brady violations, not only one. That's why Judge Summer dismissed the case. She said that very clear. Was that the final straw, the ammunition part of it? There's been several in this case too. Thank you, because I did not watch the whole trial. So I appreciate you. All the Sallyport video that just magically appeared after the trial was over, right? Thank you, On Top, for being on top of your super stickers, as always. All of it. All that Sallyport video that magically, deliciously appeared after the trial was over. I mean, are you kidding? For those of you who send me things from the Boston Herald, I don't have a subscription. I can't open them. I cannot open them. And so here we are. What was your favorite part of the day, my friends? What was your favorite part of the day? Tell me before we go. Lena, thank you so much. The Cash App. Mama She, I think I already thanked you. And Sherilyn. Share with me your favorite part of the day. Thank the moderators before you leave, and make sure if you're leaving, you smash the like button on your way out. Sergeant Barrows is on the defense list. Yeah, I think that the The Commonwealth isn't going to call him, and the Commonwealth may not even be calling Irene Squirty Bello. That blows my mind too. Their own medical examiner who did the autopsy. It's insane. Oh, your favorite part of the day was seeing me, Mama Cass. Oh, that's so sweet. Slowly stopping at 34 Fairview. Yeah, she lied in the first trial, said no. She knew that they had her location data, and she denied stopping at 34 Fairview in the first trial under oath. Kerry Roberts clearly testified, no, we didn't stop at 34 Fairview. We wouldn't even go that way. It's not even on our way from O'Keefe's to Lank's. Kerry's got some splaining to do. Kindergarten cop, 25 years on the job, NYPD says, I bet the feds ramp up their investigation now. Do you think, Scott, they were just waiting and waiting and waiting for more and more lies to come out? More untruths, more perjury? Because were you perjuring yourself then, or are you perjuring yourself now? Because both times you were testifying under oath, and it's perjury to lie, even in the investigation, even in an interview with the feds. 18 USC 1001, look it up. Jen McCabe says the investigation is concluded. FBI, hold my beer. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, yeah. Thank you, everyone. Please smash the like on your way out. Do all the things YouTube loves. Thank you, Sweet Shane. Tish in Dragachusetts, tell me, where are your music playlists? Thanks. Yes, they are in the show notes below this video. You got to close out the chat to get to it. Give me a few moments, friends, before I have to timestamp this video because I do it myself and I got to go after. And people get upset when they don't see timestamps because they want to fast forward to a certain part. Give me a few minutes, would you? I love you all so much. I know that you have very many places to watch your coverage of the Karen retrial. Very many places. So many places. We had well over 20,000 people in here all day. That is absolutely a record. And for a channel that has not even 90,000 subs yet and is only not even 2 years old, I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. You have no idea. Do all the things YouTube likes. I'd really like that $100,000 subscriber play button because, I'm shallow like that. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Go check out Mark Betterow on the Young Jerks at 6:30. And I'm sure you will see me this weekend because some things are always going to come up. There's always things to talk about. We have some collabs in the works, and you have to be subscribed and have all your notifications set so that you will be notified. Otherwise, you're going to miss something, and you're not going to want to miss a thing. Have an amazing rest of your Friday evening, my friends, and a wonderful weekend. If you don't come back to visit me, I'll be upset over the weekend. But stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay calm. I know you can do it. Until Monday when the trial starts, but I'll be here over the weekend. So I'll see you then. Peace, my friends. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, am I going to die? Clemenza's Meatballs from The Godfather. If you know, you know. Peace.